All right. What am I trying to say? Oh yeah, today, because I usually just introduce the date. Today is Saturday, June 27th, 2026. Also, hello, Miko and Yuri, I guess. Also, I don't you know, you're making me more suspicious, Miko, that you're underage. Because you're just sending random messages that I have no idea what it means. Also, hello, Elias, as well, by the way. I don't know. There's just a certain... There's just a certain way that people post messages when they're underage. They don't understand that... I don't know. Like, maybe it's also like... People are not just... Don't understand what streams are, but like... You know, you should treat the chat as like a public chat, you know? You should... It's in public. It's not a Discord server. It's not a DM conversation, you know, or whatever, or direct messages or PM. You know, I'm used to PMs. You know, people say like private messages, but now people say DMs. It's weird to me. Anyway, but you know, born in 1893. What the heck? They're 100-year-old vampire. But yeah, you know, treat your messages like it's in public. You know, there's a little thing that I feel like I've noticed online, and this is just an observation, not anyone particular, but like younger people just don't have this thing called shame, you know? It might be viewed as a negative thing, but like, I really feel like people need to know, they need to understand this thing called shame, okay? You can't just randomly just save messages online, other understanding that, you know, it'll be there forever. You know, like anything you put out online will be there forever. And if it makes you cringe in 10 years, you shouldn't put it, I guess. I don't know. But of course, that's hard to understand if you're underage. You don't understand what that means. But like, if you look back 10 years and you cringe at your messages, maybe you shouldn't have posted in the first place. I don't know. But I guess, obviously, that requires time travel. That's why I have a guideline where like if you're like under 18, 18 is like an arbitrary, I can't say that word correctly, arbitrary, you know, it's like it's just a number, I guess. But you know, generally speaking, I expect people to be just grown-ass adults in my chat, because I'm kind of sick of like babysitting, to be honest. I don't know, like again, I'm not a big streamer or anything. Like sometimes I just have a dead chat, you know, that's just reality. But like I don't know, I'm just kind of sick of babysitting. So sometimes people come in and they're like 12 years old, and like I don't want to deal with children. Ironic, because I'm playing, by the way, it seems to be like Amazing Digital Circus like fan game. It's like a demo. I wanted to check it out because it seemed interesting. It seems to be good quality as well. I saw it on like Twitter and everything, so I want to give it a shot. Anyway, but yeah, it's like I feel like people are like under 12 or something, you know, and then they come to my chat and they just say random things. I don't know, like they just assume that I can read their minds. They just talk about like random topics that I just don't really understand. Like, you know, they start talking about like FNAF or something. Like I never played FNAF, you know. Like I don't know. There's just so many unspoken rules, I guess. But like, I don't know. Just be an adult, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. But again, I don't want to like discourage people from sending messages as well, because that's my issue. You know, people not sending messages because maybe I'm too intimidating. But like, I don't know. It's kind of like just have a conversation. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but like you have to like just watch my content, you know. I have like how much content do I have? I'm going on a whole rant here. Basically, I have 8 years of content. I'm almost 10 years. I said ever since I started I would stream at least for 10 years, and I know like obviously these are like videos. Again, I never updated like an actual video 9 months ago. Anyway, like I don't have time to make edited videos. But 8 years ago, I have 8 years of content. Now, don't watch the first videos; those suck. But like, you know, they were when I used like a shitty like Logitech microphone, literally. They're really bad. The audio's not that great. Anyway, but you know, I have 8 years worth of content, and I said from the very beginning I'll do at least 10 years. And if I'm not super mega famous by then I get to complain basically that. I get to complain that, you know, the game is rigged. You can't just become famous from doing YouTube. and it's all a lie. You know, you can't just become Mr. Beast, I guess. You have to have like tons of money already, I guess, and just give away millions of dollars, and then you'll become popular. I don't know. I mean, that's a lesson you learn in general, I guess, in society, that everything is rigged. I mean, especially in like capitalism, but I don't know, I guess in general. Everyone is born with certain advantages and privileges, and everyone starts in a different starting line, you know? That's how that works. And you just deal, or what's the phrase, you know, how people cope with that? You know, you just play the cards you're dealt with, I guess. That's the phrase, right? That's the freaking... What's the word for that? It's I want to say Pilates. No, that's not the right word. That's like a type of workout. Platitude. That's the word I'm looking for. Platitude. That's the platitude that people use. Anyway, yeah, 8 years. If you join my stream and you don't know that stream that I've already been doing for 8 years, well, I don't know. You should catch up and learn my general like interests, I guess, because that's the problem, right? People come in, and this doesn't happen all the time. It just happens with kids, really. But they just come in, they just talk about whatever they want to talk about, and I'm like, that's fine, but like, then make your own stream, then, you know, like make your own content. In that case, I don't know. I don't know. And that's not to say you can't bring up stuff either. It just has to be related. I don't know. Just like having a conversation. If you're gonna introduce a new topic or whatever, then it needs just to be related to what I'm talking about, or what I'm playing, or just in general in the same ballpark, I guess. Then that's fine. It's just people come in and they're like, have you played this game? You know, this SpongeBob game? I remember actually, hopefully I'm not insulting anyone by saying that, but like, you know, some random person comes in, have you played this SpongeBob creepypasta game? I'm like, no, I'm not interested in SpongeBob. I'm not interested in playing a creepypasta SpongeBob game. I don't know. Unless I bring up SpongeBob, I guess, then maybe. People just assume that they'll be into the same things that they're into at the moment, and I'm like, not really. You have to understand that everyone has different interests. My interest right now is the Amazing Digital Circus. That's why I'm playing this. So if you're gonna bring up the Amazing Digital Circus, yeah, I'm happy to like talk about that. You know. And again, like, how do you know what I'm into? Well, again, 8 years of content. So like, go through all my videos. I mean, it's a lot to ask, but like, you know, you go through all my videos, and then you understand like the things I like. Or otherwise, just lurk. You know, you don't have to watch everything. You just kind of lurk and just get an idea, you know? And that's just not me, but also other streamers, especially bigger streamers. But like, you know, just watch Northern Lion or something, right? Just kind of like, just watch. You sit down. It's like a movie theater. Be quiet, eat your popcorn, and just get an idea of what the streamer's like. And then you can like curate your sentences and your messages to like, to the streamers' preferred communication style. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe that's just weird, but like, that's how I see it anyway. That's why in 4chan, you know, as a meme, for the longest time, I never understood it, because I'm being honest, I was never really a 4chaner, but I've been browsing recently, only because sometimes, like, for example, the Amazing Digital Circus, like, I just run out of, like, forums or, like, places to discuss about the show, right? Because, I mean, there's Discord servers, but I hate Discord servers, so all I really have is Reddit, and sometimes I go to 4chan, I don't know. I kind of don't like 4chan in the sense that because it's really unfiltered, everyone is just using slurs every 2 seconds, and they're racist, and they're homophobic, and, you know, all the usual things that you get banned in, like, a normal forum. But sometimes there's gems, you know? Sometimes people do little funny little memes, and they make, like, OCs and stuff, and they're like... and sometimes they make interesting points about the show, and I like that part of 4chan. I don't know. You know, the green text stories, I like that. But like, I forget my usual... Oh yeah, what I'm trying to say is like, 4chan had a meme about like lurk more. Like literally look it up, lurk more. You know, it's like an old meme. I never really understood it because I see it before. But basically, it's a phrase that means you need to just like not post and just listen, just read, you know, just like get an idea of the general culture of like a forum. And then you can contribute, you know? And I feel like that's missing. Just not just in online image boards and forums, I guess, but also just in society. People need to shut up, you know, and just listen a little more, is all I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Again, I feel like my personality is kind of like, the thing is, like, I'm a grumpy old man yelling at clouds. That's my personality. And I feel like people are expecting like high energy, like PewDiePie or Markiplier or something. No, like, I'm here to play video games and complain. Like, one of my idols. Well, I'm not as eloquent as him, but I was gonna say one of my idols, George Carlin. You know, I'm trying to invoke that kind of energy a little bit. I don't swear as much as him, but like, I don't know. Even like him, you know, that's kind of like what my humor is kind of like. I feel like dark, you know, and like ranting about things. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. At least these days, anyway. But anyway, Yume Nikki. Oh yeah, I mean, I played Yume Nikki style games and stuff. I like Yume Nikki. I have no filter when there were strangers intruding in my chat. Well, it's only because it's been 8 years. I'm kind of sick of it. I definitely I try to be accommodating, and I try to give people a chance as well. But the last time I did that, they just kept coming back. And I swear, like, even though they didn't say they were 12 years old, they felt like they were 12 years old. So, I don't know. If I have a feeling that you're under 18, I might ban you. And and don't take it personally. It's just, you're just underage. And I'm like an old man, so I don't know. I'm not Mr. Rogers, okay? Like, I'm not running a kindergarten. I'm just here to talk into the void in my SM7B microphone that, by the way, keeps having audio glitches still. The little like audio micro drops. I don't know if people like hear it or not, but I've noticed it. I did some testing actually, and I noticed that when I record on OBS versus recording on Audacity, for example, you know, Audacity, like this thing. Well, let me just open it up real quick. I don't know, just to have like a visual and just staring at this screen the whole time. But you know, Audacity. I still have the old version, by the way. I have like 2.22 whatever. There's a new version, but new version is kind of ruined, I think. You know, they kind of ruined everything. They took features out and stuff. I don't know. I just have the old version of Audacity. I don't know if you can still get this anymore. Maybe you gotta find a compatibility thing, but 2.3.3. I use this to record, and then I compared it to my OBS recording, and when I say the same line, sometimes on OBS it drops like the audio for some reason. There's like a slight drop. It's hard to explain, but like, I don't know what it is. I play with the filters, and like, I don't know, even when I turn off all the filters, it still happens. But when I do an Audacity, it's perfect, you know? Well, mostly it's kind of raw footage without any filters, so it's still kind of like not great, but I don't know. I wish I could use Audacity instead. Well, that's not how that works, I guess. You know, back in the day, which is kind of before my time, when people did Let's Plays, right? They played a video game and they talked to a microphone at the same time, which even older than that, you know, people use text Let's Plays, right? Let's Plays used to be just text only without any audio. It's just after people start using audio. And while people use Audacity, you know, they don't stream live, they record on Audacity, and they use Fraps or something, I assume. And that's how they record gameplay footage. That's crazy. Anyway, let's get back to what I'm doing today. Well, today I'm playing the amazing Digital Circus Mind Games. I wasn't sure what this is, you know. I saw it on Twitter. It looked like it had high quality art. I have a inkling of a suspicion that there might be some AI stuff in it. I don't know, but I could be wrong, because I did actually open the game for like 5 minutes just to see, like, is there like clearly like ChatGPT AI generated text, and as far as I can tell, at least from just scanning the text, it didn't seem like it. You know, I didn't do the usual thing, you know, like a ChatGPT. By the way, one of the ways you can tell ChatGPT is online, when you read a comment that looks like a real person but it's not. It's always like, this is not just X, it's Y. You know, like, this is not just a cookie, it's an experience. You know, it's like, caught me. Even the AI says that. You're absolutely right. It's not just X, it's Y. It's one of the most glaring tells of AI generated writing. Freaking online content is being ruined because they keep using the same thing. It's not X, it's Y. And it's like, it's not just a digital circus. It's a freaking homage to I have no mouth and I must scream. You know, that kind of thing. It's like, it's crazy how everything is ChatGPT generated. It's not even ChatGPT now, I guess. ChatGPT was just one of the OCs, I guess, OGs rather, of LLMs. But now it's like many different kinds of LLMs. But they always do the same thing. It's not X, it's Y. Anyway. Also, anti-generative AI. Well, I feel like, again, there could be good uses of it, but like, the thing is, if the person using it is lazy, then the product is going to be lazy. So, I don't know. That's the way I see it. It's a tool, but like everyone just uses it wrong, you know? Basically. And also, there's a time, I swear, there was let me look it up actually. There was a lawyer who used AI to make documents and got caught, I think. I just literally searched for that, but you know, I think there's a happened where, you see a bunch of articles, but like, you know, yeah, there's a guy who's a lawyer. They use ChatGPT to make all the legal documents, and then famously they got like penalized for it because it was all just like made up. You know, the AI just made up a bunch of shit. It seemed like it was real, but then it was not, and so yeah, basically they got lazy. It's kind of like that, you know. If you're not gonna just do your job, then it's just gonna be shitty. It's like Photoshop, you know. I don't know. Anyway. But TADC Mind Games. Now, look at this website. Now, this looks like ChatGPT. I don't know, but look at this. There's so much like text that describes what it is, but at the same time, it just feels like filler, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to play it to see. That's why I'm playing it today. So apparently, it's a fan-made psychological horror visual novel set in the amazing digital circus. So it's kind of like more horror orientated, which actually sounds interesting because I played the TADC dating sim actually last week, I think. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I played like 2 times, I think, which is okay. Had a lot of like little funny references to the show, and you know, I only did one route, did the Jax route or whatever, and had great art, you know, and I like the art style. It looks cute, but you know, it was kind of like meh, you know, kind of. At least in terms of the actual narrative, I guess. And I shouldn't expect anything more because it is just a dating sim. But, you know, just like any dating sim, though, it just felt a little vanilla, you know? They just kind of hang out a little bit. The Jax row I did only because I want to see a little bit of drama, and there was, but it lasted for like 2 seconds. And then the rest of it is like, and then we hung out, and then we made out, you know, literally kissing his weird yellow teeth. And then that's it. The end, everyone lived happily ever after, you know? So that's it, you know? There wasn't even, well, do I spoil it now? I feel like it's been a while. It's been at least a week, right? When did episode 9 come out? Technically, I mean, technically it came out like even longer than that because I watched it in the movie. I watched it in theaters. But, you know, it wasn't exactly the ending of, you know, episode 9, you know? Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Oh yeah, there's a meme about that too. Everyone's saying like, if this show was written by Gooseworks, you know, and they just play that song. You know, like it wasn't exactly that, right? It felt a little bit too fluffy, I guess, too sweet, too sickly sweet. And usually I'm not in the mood for that, you know, like basically comfy, right? It's okay, I guess, but like, I don't know, I'm just more, I mean, especially in the state of the economy these days, I don't know, I'm just more grumpy. I'm more to like psychological horror these days. I don't know. I remember when I began streaming and making content, like I didn't mind like slice of life, you know, cutesy stuff that much. But I don't know. The more I went on, the more like cynical I became. I feel like because the more I'm like actually I like psychological horror stuff more. I've always been into that, but like I don't know. I've been leaning more into that because I don't know. Nothing else really gets me interested. It gets me engaged. You know, it's not always horror, but like something like, you know, like just like any kind of like story or drama or like movie or, you know, TV show, like it needs to be some stakes, basically. Not the meat kind, but like, you know, the narrative device kind where like people need to be in danger, you know, things need to be like high stakes and like something needs to happen where like people need to risk things, I guess. I don't know. It needs to feel like something is worth fighting for or something. I don't know. But anyway, that's why I'm interested in this. It's again only a demo, but I guess we'll see what it's like. Apparently there's like, you know, multiple bad endings. I always like those. Obviously psychological horror. It keeps it around PG-13. You should keep it higher. I don't know. It doesn't have to be PG-13. I feel like even PG-13, I feel like it's too aimed. But fan-made project. I also wonder when they began writing this. You know, because obviously, at least when I saw it, it was before the last episode. So I wonder how they're writing this story. Because another like story, I guess, fan content AU thing, which reminds me of a little bit, is Duffy's Digital Circus, which is kind of like this YouTube series. You know, I guess it's a TV tropes right here. Sure, why not TV tropes? It's like this weird, like surreal horror, you know, creepypasta, like VHS tape. I don't know how to describe it, but like, you know, like Sonic.exe style version of the Amazing Digital Circus made by Duffy. This is funny. This is Duffy's Digital. Who's Duffy? Well, he's just the guy, I guess, who made it. But everyone has like low poly models, and it takes place in this kind of like setting. Again, kind of like the ending of episode 8, which spoilers. Caine, you know, gets deleted. And kind of explores what that would look like, and as it turns out, it's very different from what happens in episode 9. But like, it delves into this idea, like actually everything's fucked up. You know, everyone is like low poly now, and like the Pomni's fucking evil, and then she's gonna like torture everyone. It becomes literally becomes I have no mouth and I must scream, basically. I kind of like the idea. Some of the videos are kind of slow though. They take they do this thing where like they slowly pan the camera for like 5 minutes as the character walks down a hall. It's supposed to be creepy, I guess. I don't know. But I do like the idea, and some scenes are kind of interesting, especially with Pomni, I guess. Though technically they're called Jester. Everyone has different names for some reason, like off-brand. Crowner, Nooble, Jack, you know, Annie. Most non-horror games are boring. I don't know, I won't say all of them, but like, yeah, again, I prefer a little bit of, like, I don't know, drama, I guess. Just like something. And that's why I liked The Amazing Digital Circus, actually. And again, I feel like kids would not really understand. A lot of the themes would fly over kids, I feel like, you know? Like, just, again, one of my favorite episodes was the Spudsies episode, you know? Where, like, you work a minimum age job. And like the horrors of capitalism, basically. Spudsy, how you spell it? Spudsy? Spudsies. One of my favorite episodes was actually this one. Some people didn't like it. I read online that some people actually didn't like this episode, but I liked it because I found it relatable. People, I don't know, either it's children or people who live in a privileged life, I guess. But like, this is basically working a minimum wage job, you know? Which is the majority of you know, people who are adults, you know, have done one time or another and know how hellish it is. You know what I mean? Especially living in North America, I guess. I mean, US probably even worse. But, you know, I liked it actually because it was kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like, how do I describe it? But like real horror, I guess, or like mundane horror in a way, right? But there definitely some surreal aspects too, you know. There's that scene where freaking Jax gets punished and hands come out, you know. That was kind of scary, but like not like a scary, like I scream kind of scary. I often don't really react that way, by the way. I don't know how Markiplier does it, but like, or any kind of like horror YouTuber, but like they often like exaggerate their like fear, right? They're like, you know, whatever. I don't know. If I get jump scared, that doesn't usually happen to me. I don't scream. If anything, I like horror because like, I don't know, I don't know the best way to describe it, but like, I just like how real it is, you know, like, I just like how validating it is, you know. It's like, it's just imagining the world through a perspective where everything is worse than it is, I guess, if that makes sense, you know. I don't know how to describe it, but like, anyway, that's all just to say I like the Swedsies episode because it felt like, obviously the, you know, not everything's like literally like realistic or anything, but like it's reminiscent of it, you know. It's reminiscent of everyone with freaking mental illnesses, you know, having a mental breakdown in a minimum wage job, you know, and that feels relatable. I don't know. Anyway, what was I trying to say? I already forgot my train of thought, but yeah, I like The Amazing Digital Circus because it's not just this episode, but also just the interpersonal relationships that people have with the characters, with each other. it's not just like straightforward. You know, they don't hold hands. It's not Teletubbies, I guess, and they get along. They argue, right? They like, I mean, especially with Jax and everything, but like, they argue. They like, you know, they have their own like motivations. They have their own goals, and sometimes the personalities. There's a bit of friction, you know, that kind of thing. And it feels like they're just people, you know. Again, despite the circumstances and despite the fact they're like weird cartoon characters, you know, 3D cartoon characters, despite that, they feel like, the way it's written anyway, they feel like real people. And that's what's strong about the Messenger Circus, I feel like, the psychological aspect, right? And I feel like you can relate to it, like if you ever work in the workplace with like other people, or like, I don't know, even in school, like just in general. And navigating through those relationships. I feel like, yeah, a lot of those themes are kind of like, oh yeah, I was mentioning Spudsies because, yeah, I feel like a lot of those themes fly over kids' heads because I don't think they've worked in Minimum Wage job. I don't know. At least, I don't know, maybe in the first world country. I really doubt it. At least not in the same seriousness, I guess, you know? Or like, you have to pay rent, you know, you have to do your job, or otherwise you become homeless. You know, that kind of thing. Then again, I don't know. When I was a kid, I never worked a minimum wage job, only because I didn't have time. I just like spent my time doing homework. I kind of regret. Something I've always kind of regretted, not getting enough work experience, because apparently you gotta have 10 years of work experience before you even, you know, get an entry-level job, apparently. As it turns out, that was the meta. No one told me the meta. I just kind of spent my time doing my homework and getting good grades for the most part. Turns out that was a lie. What you actually need to do is network. You know, you got to go to house parties and to make friends of everyone. And then that one guy who like does a bunch of drugs and gets high and like, you know, drinks a bunch of beer, chugs a bunch of beer. Turns out that guy is from a family who's super rich and will become a future CEO because his dad would just give him the job. He doesn't have any skills, but if you're his best friend, then he'll give you like a high-paying job. So that's how that works. It's called, well, nepotism, but also I think it's called cronyism, right? Is that the right word? Technically, it's cronyism when it's like a friend or something, right? The practice of granting jobs, promotion, content, and privilege to friends and associates based on personal loyalty rather than merit. That's how that works. We don't live in a meritocracy. Again, I'm a freaking grumpy old man yelling at clouds, but we don't live in a meritocracy. We live in a nepotistic, cronyistic, I don't know if that's a word, but like, we live in a society where like making friends is actually your best asset. Which is annoying, because I thought it was the other way around. Oh well. Anyway, what am I talking about? Again, I'm complaining about society. That's why I like these kind of games, actually. Sometimes it's a critique about society, you know, that kind of thing. I like that. Again, themes that kind of like fly over kids' heads, I feel like, you know? They don't understand. This is a critique against like the Amazing Circus, actually. Well, one of its themes anyway. I feel like it's a critique about society and how like we don't deal with our mental issues, for example. You know, that's just one of its themes. And I feel like children who are like 10 years old, you don't understand that because they haven't lived life long enough to really develop any mental illness. You know, at least I assume so. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, maybe a child psychologist would know more, but I mean, I guess people definitely who live in abusive households, I guess, you know, definitely, but I don't know. The people who are actually like the kids who are actually watching this, I doubt it. Anyway. Oh well. Anyway. But I'm gonna try this out. So apparently in the demo, the core experience revolves around interactions with Pomni, Kinger, and the volatile Caine. It's heavily into psychological horror. Psychological horror. How many times did they use the word psychological horror? Apparently they used it a few times. Actually, is there a way to show like how many? Oh yeah, 7. 7 out of 7. They used it 7 times. Ready to play TADC Mind Games? Why is it written like this? You know, it's an acronym, isn't it? Why is it written like this, like capital T and then lowercase ADC? When I feel like it should be like capital TADC in general, because it's again an acronym. I mean, it's written correctly here. I feel like. Anyway, that's just the thing I noticed. Also, my eyes. What's this? I'm just clicking on things. Oh, Chinese? It's a Chinese version? I wonder if developers are in China in that case. Maybe. Is this Chinese? I assume it is. Can I translate this? English. Again, it makes you wonder how the translation is like that. If this is originally like a Chinese game, I always feel any kind of foreign-made game, especially in the age of AI, people get lazy again and just use AI for translations or machine-translated stuff, and it's like, it's bad though when you do that, because when you translate a language, you're not just translating the words, you're translating the meaning. Excuse me. You're translating the meaning. It's not just enough to translate just the words, because you end up with very awkward sentences that doesn't fit the character because you don't have a native English speaker to actually like make sure everything makes sense. There's just details and nuances that you miss when you don't have like a real translator, you know? Anyway, now what? Oh yeah, I also want to mention, like, I don't know, the merch, actually. TADC merch. I mentioned it last time, but I don't want to show it because spoilers, but it's been a week, so I think it's fine now. It's just funny that they introduced like new content, or not, I guess content, but like they introduced new items rather that I didn't see before. Because when you watch the movie or the in theaters, they give you a QR code actually on the screen, which I didn't take out my phone, but I looked it up later. That allows you to get an early peek at the merchandise for the last episode and everything, right? However, I think they added new things. They added like, I think they added these things, which are the, I didn't do that. They added like, I think this, I didn't see this before. It's like a finale poster and, these characters, even though what happens. Was the hoodie always there? I don't remember if the hoodie was always there. I mean, it is big spoiler, so probably I don't think the hoodie was there. Yeah. Oh yeah, and this one. I don't think this one was there before. I didn't see this one. I swear, in like the early access peek at the merchandise, they didn't put this one. And it's funny because it is a giant spoiler because Pomni abstraction, magnetic flush chains, and then obviously the description is literally saying it's a spoiler, but So there's that. And oh yeah, and like Glitch also put out some like merch ads. The merch ads are always high effort, They always do a little like advertisements of their merchandise. Of the original voice actors, and it always feels like really high quality. But at the end of the day, they're just trying to sell you things. Also euros. Oh yeah, because of my VPN. Netherlands. Where's Canadian? Not that I'm gonna buy any of these anyway. Again, I'm not a big merchandise person. I don't know. Like, what's the point, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm too, like, I don't know what the word is. Nihilistic? I don't know if nihilistic is the right word. Too literal, maybe? But, the way I see, like, merchandise, it's like plastic. Like, what's the point of me having plastic? And, like, fabrics? Like, what's the usability of it, Just to look at it? Because to me, like, looking at it like this on my screen on my computer and having it and looking at it is the same thing, If I have it, like, in person, it's actually kind of worse because where would I put it? I have to put it somewhere and it just takes up space and it's just a piece of plastic. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's just molecules. It's just atoms, in the shape of something that you like, I guess, but like, I don't really want it, I don't really want it. It doesn't provide a use, I like to buy things that if I am going to buy something, it needs to have a use. You have to use it for something. So I didn't know if those straps say like what they are actually. Made, anime, noir, Budsy. Who knows that? Did it say that in the Pamboobos? I guess it does. Never noticed. The X's. Anime. Beach. Evil. Noir. I like Noir one the best. Even though, again, I'm never gonna buy these. I also like the description. The chalk plushes. What's this one? You can do the jacks what people normally do with pillows. Throw them at walls really hard with the intention of causing pain. Great. Again, I like the Pomni Chonk plush description. In an effort to improve Pomni's quality of life, we removed her limbs. You know, she can no longer run, jump, or leave. She is at peace. At least we think so. It's kind of fucked up description, but like that's what I'm talking about. That's the type of, I guess, dark comedy. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Like the things that I like, it includes psychological horror. You know, like this game, maybe. I guess we'll see. But also just in general, dark comedy, right? I think that's the spice that helps me enjoy something, I guess. Video games or like any kind of like story. It's the dark comedy, you know? That's what I was saying before about Spudsies. That's what I was trying to remember. What really like got me engaged with the show in general, but and also that episode, it's the dark humor, actually. You know, it's the contrast with their like surroundings versus like real life issues, you know, that people have. And again, I say for the like 5th time, but I feel like children are not gonna get that, you know. I feel like it's very like, integral to the entire show. I don't know. I guess people just get into something because of the aesthetic rather than like the actual show. It's funny because that's where the term LARPer comes from. When people don't watch the show, they just like the aesthetic. They don't understand. It's like it's not just the aesthetic though. People don't actually watch the show. They don't understand. Oh yeah, there's those Kinger pendants, by the way. I forgot these. You know, it's funny. It's Kinger. I don't know. I don't hate them. But I'm just gonna say, I feel like I will draw the ire of like a random Kinger fan that will murder me. But like, Kinger is definitely not my favorite. You know, I feel like, again, I feel like he's too much of a Mary Sue. I get that he's a dead wife and everything, but like, I don't know. He's kind of there as a plot device, you know? I feel like he doesn't add much other than like progressing the plot, and I feel like that's a bit of a shallow, you know, writing in terms of the character, but like, it's whatever. Doesn't mean he's a bad character. I just don't like him as much because of that. I don't hate him. He's just kind of there, you know? He's always like, yeah, I'm Kinger. I'm no goofy sometimes, but when I'm in the dark, I give like great advice, you know. I give like life-changing advice and everyone gets better at the end, you know. So that's it. I don't know, it just feels like that, you know. It doesn't feel like he has like depth to his character, I guess. But I don't know, what do I know? I'm not Gooseworks. I'm not like a billionaire like writer, so what would I know? Actually, she's not just a writer, she's just like she's an artist as well. I think she draws stuff too. Artist, musician. I think she like I think she composed some of the songs, and most of the songs actually in the show. She's a musician, artist, and writer. That's insane. How do people become that talented? I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm just looking at merchandise because this is all I do. I don't buy anything. I just look at it, and I'm like, I'm satisfied. You know, I don't know. Oh yeah, these abstracted things as well. Oh, these kind of look okay. I never liked the abstraction though. You know what? More interesting, because the whole abstraction thing is that they abstract and they turn into a weird, you know, glitchy abstraction monster. And I kind of wish they did more of that, you know? Like, when people abstract, they actually turn into something that represents their deepest fears. For example, that would have been interesting, I feel like. But no, everyone just abstracts and just turn into this weird, sharp blob thing, you know? And that's it. They all turn the same, which is kind of boring. I kind of actually wish they actually turned into real monsters that represented their, like, personalities. I feel like that's you see that a lot in fan art, but, like, in the actual show, that's not a thing. But it would be interesting, you know, they actually turn into real monsters. I mean, I feel like that's a bit of a cliche, but I feel like not enough shows or not enough stories do that, actually. I'm trying to think of the show that does that. Like it's like, you know, a bunch of characters, and there's like this existential threat that they might turn into like a monster. Fear and Hunger, right? It was Fear and Hunger. Fear and Hunger 2 in particular, I think, right? It was this game. This game was like when they become moon scorched, you know. Oh, sign in. I'm gonna sign in. Whatever. Fear and Hunger 2. When they get moon scorched, they turn into a monster that represents their, like, you know, like some kind of like thing about them, you know, and that's interesting. I like that. That concept is cool. I mean, I Silent Hill, I guess. Silent Hill and like, what is it? Silent Hill 2, James, and like Pyramid Head, you know, that kind of thing. I kind of wish there was more of that. Also, what's this thumbnail? Who made this? Which one is this? Is it Eye Patch Wolf or whatever? Oh, it's Indie Mouse. Never mind. I just know Super Eye Patch Wolf is known for like playing Fear and Hunger. Which I have a stream, by the way. I have to stream it eventually. I don't know. I actually played already a little bit. And like, I was planning on getting back into Fear and Hunger, but I just never got around to it. It's kind of hard to stream though, because it works almost like it's a permadeath, you know, kind of permadeath. You can make saves and everything. It's a little bit more generous, but also like you still lose a lot of progress if you know, you die at the wrong time. And you can't make too many saves as well. You make too many saves, technically, in Fear and Hunger 2, time passes, and if you make too many saves, you also get a game over. You get like soft locked, basically. Anyway, it's been 43 minutes. I think I'm done rambling. I'm just gonna get into this game. Isn't that crazy? Let me open it up. Hopefully it can open up. Playtime, by the way, a playtime of 9 minutes already. So I think most of it was just like I was actually trying to find a screenshot of the game. Don't know, I was bad doing that. Let's see here. Options, full screen. Takes me a little bit faster. Yes. Okay. Again, another thing that makes me, I don't know what it is. This main menu. Like, the quality is there, but like this main menu makes me think it's a Newgrounds game for some reason. Oh, of course, it's an issue display captures again. Okay, that's weird. Like if I click into the game, it doesn't show anymore. That's weird. I use game capture again, but I always forget when I use game capture and Alt tab, it doesn't work. That's annoying. Okay, I think game capture is working, so there you go. Let me... Oh yeah, I couldn't find a category on Twitch, by the way. There's like a few other like amazing digital circus games, but like it doesn't include this game, so I just put games and demos. Well, let me put a timestamp. 44 35 TADC Mind Games demo. Oh yeah, I gotta turn off my DLC player. That was double music for a little bit there, I didn't notice. And there he goes, everything is good, I think. The game could be a little bit louder, I feel like, but it's at maximum volume, I think. Come on. Louder. Louder. Actually, the sound effects are really loud. It's the music that feels kind of quiet. Is it just me? I don't know. Anyway. Let me just restrict some water. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this, like, fan game. You know, what kind of setting it is. But it is reminiscent of, you know, again, episode 8, where, like, Caine kind of goes crazy. And I feel like maybe it's a deeper dive into that idea, where he becomes an archetype, you know, in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and becomes like a crazy AI, it seems like, possibly. I feel like there's a few other AUs that does that, that do that too. Is there like a horror show AU as well, where everything is like horror based, I guess, and Caine also becomes super evil, you know? Again, in the original show, well, again, I don't want to spoil too much, but I'm basically spoiling, you know, but like, it doesn't go into that as much, I guess, basically. Alright. It's a non-canon fan game made game. Who's this by? Pitchbox Studios? Who the heck is Pitchbox Studios? Well, it just goes into their like, oops, oh come on. It just goes into their like Twitter. Who are these people? They kind of just came out of nowhere, by the way. I don't know who these people are, you know? It came out of nowhere. Who are these people? They made... How many posts? It doesn't say, actually. They have 3,000 followers, though. They're living in a cardboard box. They joined April 2026. That's like 2 months ago, I think. I don't know. Again, they just kind of came out of nowhere. Apparently, they have another game though. It's called Your Best Friend, whatever that is. But first, they're making this TADC fan game for some reason. I don't know. I have no idea who these are. Also, in the music, is Caine laughing? Oh, it's news to me that it's news to you. Anyway, let me. Can I just do this? It shows the little thing though. Again, if I do full screen, it's not gonna show on display capture, I think. Maybe it is? Oh no. Oh no, yeah, I can't. Display capture doesn't work. I have to use game capture. I can, I can use display capture and game capture. Will that break anything? I don't know. Also, hello, Ribbit. You said E. I don't know what that means. E? Press E to pay respects, I guess. Or was it F? It was F now. It used to be E. Again, I read about this before, but like video games, it used to be the interact button was E. Now it's F. Why is that? Who did this? What is this F conspiracy? It's incorrect. It's E, not F. It's control, not C, for crouching. Why did they change the narrative? Who did this? This is a conspiracy. Alright, anyway. You just ordered the Jax and the Minis pendants. Oh, really? Hopefully you get the super rare or the ultra rare. Hopefully it's not the Peel Jax. I'll be honest, the Peel Jax one, I mean, maybe some people like it, but like the Peel Jax one just looks gross. Like literally, it's like flayed skin, like it's just kind of gross. Anyway. Isn't it still F or isn't it still E? Well, I don't know. You might get the Peel Jax. Who knows? Alright, well, let's see. Let's begin the Amazing Digital Circus Mind Games demo. Again, I played this for like 5 minutes. There's like a little cutscene that happens. Well, okay, let me just show you. Yeah. And there you go. I don't know, it's very high quality, at least that one animation. I don't know if there's any other animations that show up in this game, but like for some reason it's like really high quality. Again, it's like this, I assume some kind of AU, which I don't know anything about. It's like, like again, I feel like this developer just came out of nowhere, just made some stuff that doesn't exist, and they just go, boop, here you go. Anyway. But let's begin. It's a visual novel. Apparently, you have your own POV. You're just some OC, I guess. Again, you put on a dusty headset that had been sitting nearby an old computer. To your surprise, it still works. No menu, no sound, no game selection. You had no idea what to expect while waiting for it to load. You're surrounded by darkness, and for a few seconds, you wonder if there's anything to play. Why do I have to make my own sound effects? The game should do a sound effect. A buzz of static catches you off guard until the surrounding void suddenly flashes into blinding light. Your vision comes to a few moments later, a disoriented groan leaving your mouth. Also, who's that? Why is it a random, like Jax variant? Someone's OC based on Jax for some reason. Bleary eyes try to look past the spots blinding your vision. As it gradually comes into focus, you find yourself immediately assaulted by eye-piercingly bright blues, yellows, and reds. You find yourself standing in what resembles the insides of a giant circus tent. You stand in awe, staring at the floating cubes, plastic tubes, and strangely stacked toy blocks when suddenly... crack! Again, I can't make sound effects with my mouth, The game should be making those sound effects. A loud sound nearly sends you stumbling as a figure materializes from thin air. Okay, again, I can't do voice impressions, so this will be horrible approximations of what I feel like the characters sound like with my voice, I feel like. But, I mean, Caine is not too hard, but, like, obviously getting the the exact voice is, you know, is gonna be, or rather, it's not like possible for me. But you know, anyway. Well, butter my beloved and smack my slira if it isn't a new human. You have bumped into a short something that's now defying gravity right above you. You stare up at the massive pair of chompers of eyeballs, trying to understand just what it is you're looking at. And by the way, you saw in the little prologue cutscene, I guess, everyone has like slightly different designs. You know, I guess Caine's only slightly different design is he has canines for some reason. Is there anything else different? His eyes like kind of the same? They usually have like red and blue? Maybe it's like green normally, I don't know. I don't really remember those details. Welcome to the amazing digital circus! His voice booms out across the colorful backdrop, his spoken words appearing in bold, colorful letters above him. My name is Caine, and I am your bitch. No, again, there's a meme video where like someone for some reason, I kind of don't like it, but like it's like a YouTube poop video sort of, where like someone dubbed over like the Amazing Digital Circus, and he says, my name is Caine, and I am your bitch, for some reason. I don't know why, but like I found that part funny. Everything else I didn't really like, because everyone's just I don't remember much from it. It just felt like random, you know, random XD. Anyway, my name is Caine. My name is Caine, and I am your ringmaster around here. I can't tell you how delighted I am to finally see a new face in my circus. The hyperactive denture keeps his two mismatched eyes on you like glue, unblinking and unmoving. All you can do is stare in stunned silence as you attempt to catch up to all that's going on around you. The gals' voices? Or you mean the girls' voices, you mean? Oh yeah, obviously I cannot do female voices. I don't know. Do I need to do voice training, you know? For this, you know, for the sake of doing female voices. That's what I'm doing it for. While you're still trying to make sense of everything in front of you, you decide to save the game. Well, that's LARP, I guess, you know, not in the social media meaning, but rather the original meaning, roleplay, Pomni, I guess. You know, like what the heck is going on? Reach up and try to take off the headset. Caine watches you as you pull your head. You struggle for a few seconds as you quickly realize there's nothing to take off. Panicked and confused, you ask for a way to disconnect yourself from the game. Disconnect? This place is fun! I promise you there's so much we can do. Anything you want as wacky as you can imagine. And you still gotta meet all the others, am I right? He nudges your arm incessantly in an effort to convince you to just go with the flow of the game. You notice his fingers tapping rhythmically on his cane, his eyes not leaving you. He insists that you experience the game, give it a chance. You insist politely you want to exit. Caine's eyes darken, his body language becoming noticeably anxious, though you can't quite make it out. You're sure you can hear now mumbling to himself. Why does everyone always... What am I doing wrong? Is it me? Am I not likable enough? It reminds you, humans, they're so selfish. Trying to compose himself, he looks at you with a fake smile as he delivers the bad news. Ah, yes, an exit. Right. You see, there's no exit. Not that I know of, at least. Haven't seen one around, I'm afraid, at least not any I've come up with. He lets out a frantic, jittery laugh before shooting you with an intense stare. I'm sorry to tell you, but I won't be able to help you with that. What about we instead show you around for now? Learn your way around the circus, introduce you to our many exciting locations. Though he continues on his booming voice and his showman presentation, you can't help but feel as if there's a lingering anxiety that seems to loom over him. You feel suspicious, you feel sus. Fussy imposter. You can't believe there's no exit to speak of. There's a clear desperation to his actions, a persistent nagging desire for you to try this circus game. Do it again. Sorry, but you think the Transjax theory kind of doesn't make any sense? I don't know. I mean, that's a whole like can of worms. I'm not here to argue about that. I don't know where that came from. We don't see Jax on screen, so I don't know why you're mentioning that. Though I do gotta say, I mean, what is it? Where is it? I don't know if it exists. It's on Blue Sky. Where is it? Blue Sky. Works. Blue Sky. Oh yeah, this one. Ramy's just right here. I was gonna say, I don't know because Gooseworks made this. So. I mean, it's not proof or anything, but like, there you go. I don't know if you've seen this one, but that's what happened. Your brain came up. Well, I can't read your mind. Suspicious. Again, I read about this like 40 minutes ago, so you missed it. But basically, if you're under 18, you're allowed to watch, but I recommend against leaving messages. Is all I'm saying. I don't know. I don't want to be so dismissive. It just sounds mean when I say that, but you know. I don't know. I feel like kids do this thing where they assume that you can read their mind. I feel like, you know? I don't know if anyone understands that. It's just something I've noticed over the years. That people just think kids just think they can read their mind, and then you just know what they're thinking about. And I'm like, I know I can't read your mind. You know, you have to communicate. You have to say things. Anyway, but what am I trying to say? But yeah, if you're under 18, then like, I don't know. It's one of my rules, I guess, quote unquote. More like guidelines, really. Basically, if you're under 18, like, I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion that, I mean, especially with TADC, maybe, you know, that like viewers might be a little bit underage. And I feel like my stream is not really for that, you know? I don't have that kind of energy. I don't have that vibe. Like, I'm just not PewDiePie, I guess. But PewDiePie is kind of retired now. So who's the new guy that like, who's the new content creator that makes video game content for children? I don't know. I guess Markiplier, sort of? I don't know. I didn't watch his content, so I don't know what he's like. But, you know, I'm not like hyper energetic and like, whoa, make funny noises, you know, every 2 seconds. I'm like an old man. I don't know. I'm like an old man. You have to understand. You're watching Grandpa, okay? When you talk to Grandpa, you need to treat him with respect. I don't know. Anyway. But what's going on? So, insist you find a way out is what I'm kind of trying to do. Markiplier is for older people, really? I don't know. He seems like FNAF and stuff, right? Which is for like children. By the way, I consider everyone children, like anyone under 18, anyone under 20, really. But anyway, since you find a way out, all right. Caine's eyes start glitching. The colors alternate between blues and reds. He's obviously enraged. Oh, so another troublemaker, are we? A big hand goes to grab you. Big hand, capital H. Well then, I think I can't let you off my sight then. A popping sound, and suddenly you're fitting inside his suit's pocket. He opens up with one finger to look down at your tiny self-note trapped in there. Oops, I didn't do that. How do I... What's the button for... Help! Help me! H. I want to see this. I want to see the rest of this. There's Ribbit. Ribbit candy? Frog candy? This looks like the Pomni, but not really. I guess Pomni candy, I'm assuming. Some keys. A floppy disk, I think. Alright, is that a floppy disk? That looks like a floppy disk to me. Something that children will not understand, you know? Children will not understand what floppy disks are. To be honest, floppy disks are before my time too. I think I've barely seen floppy disks. I think I had a computer that had like a, you know, floppy disk, you know, drive. You can like put a floppy disk in, but I never had a floppy disk really, so it just seemed obsolete. Anyway, but we're trapped in his pocket now. Somehow we became tiny. I'm keeping you with me until you learn to behave. Ending under surveillance. Okay, that's a bad ending. I knew that was happening because again, you know, I said before I played like this game for like 5 minutes. That's the ending I got. You know, I was trying to piss him off as much as I could, and that's what happens. I guess you just get a bad ending. So let's try that again. Let's see. Let's just say, fine. Caine's body tension loosens and lets out a big sigh and smiles. He looks ecstatic, clicking his heels together in the air where he was already floating. Wonderful! I promise you, you will have a great time here. I gotta show you around and we gotta give you a name. He stops in place, upper jaw raising as if he just remembered something. An unreadable look crosses his face before his eyes spontaneously point in opposite directions. Jumping jackhammers in all the how do you say that word? In all the halubala. In all the hullabaloo. Hold on. Alubaloo? That's not it. What's that?
Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo. Oh, that's how you say it.
Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo. The amazingness of technology where I can look up a word. In all the hullabaloo, I've completely forgotten we were in the middle of a hardcore hide-and-seek game. We? You start to ask, but cut yourself off. He snaps his fingers. A strange board game with his face on it materializes out of nowhere and falls to the ground. If you don't mind waiting for me a bit, I will be back with you in a moment. I promise. Just don't go anywhere, okay? I want to be the one to show you around. Little me game for you to play in the meantime. See you around in a bit. Toodle-doo. Where's Bubble, by the way? You know, where's Bubble? Tell Daddy Bubble why that thing. Caine vanishes and there is deafening silence all around you. A quick look over your shoulder so you can see how big the place is. You could listen to Caine and wait for him, but there were also so many strange-looking areas that caught your attention. You have a board game at your feet and a whole strange digital world surrounding you. Finally, you decide to save the game every 2 seconds. That's how I play visual novels, by the way. I save the game every 2 seconds. I mean, that's how I play like any game, really. I'm a save-aholic. That's one of my key characteristics. If I have anything, you know, that I can claim compared to every content creator in this entire industry, is that I save the game more often. I'm someone who actually saves the game. Every content creator, I mean, at least every like popular content creator that I've ever watched anyway, they never save the game. They always forget to save the game. I assume they just used to auto saves or something. They're like, the game will auto save. No, I'm used to playing RPG Maker games where you make checkpoints by talking to a cat. You know, like you make a save and you have like 500 slots, okay, just in case the route, you know, splits into some other like random like bad ending and you can't go back, you know, because you're soft locked into a particular route. So you gotta make another save to make sure you have a different checkpoint before that decision point. So, you know, that's how it is. Especially when you stream, right? Because you can't just like replay the game again, like after like 5 hours, you know, you lost all your progress, you have to reload all the way back. You have to, you have to like stay on top of that. You gotta have contingencies. I know this. I have 8 years of experience doing this. Anyway, we can leave. Or we can play the board game. You know, I'm kind of curious about the board game. Obviously, oh yeah, there's also these options, but I assume they're locked because it's the demo, right? So like the demo, I guess you can't go to these. I don't know, sure, let's play the board game. What's the board game like? How do we even play like a board game by ourselves? You know, board games are usually like multiplayer. There were missing pieces inside the box, yet the game seemed to not make any sense anyways. You put out the board, displaying it on the ground, and try to pass some time. After a while, you're already bored. Bored of a board game. Not even the instructions were of any help. With the box open in front of you, you take a deep breath, and everything is quiet. How's the gaming going, honey pops? Beautiful to see you still hanging right where I left you. Or beautiful, rather. Beautiful. He had broken the silence with a loud pop, and all the board pieces had gone flying all over the floor. With a snap of his fingers, the board and pieces vanished from view. Where were we? Oh yes, you need a name and a tour around. You question him about the other players inside the circus, and he gives you a casual look and a wave of his hand to brush it off. They are all fine, just resting after a great adventure. Don't worry, you will get to meet them all. Caine offers his hand to you. But first, a tour just for you. A great welcome is needed. And a name, just come with me. He grabs you swiftly, lifting you up in the air beside him. Oh, game over. Caine looks back at you, a big grin on his face, while you two fly above the circus tent. I'm so glad that you're here. It's nice to have a friendly new face around. We're going to have so much fun together. That's right, Caine. There's Bubble. Everyone's fucking dead, though. Apparently everyone's dead. And you get to be Caine's best friend. You know, it doesn't seem that bad. Well, I guess if you watch the show, I guess eventually you get sick of his adventures, you know. But... And then you abstract. And then he goes crazy. But there you go. I guess that's what happens when you just play the board game. This is another bad ending. It seems like one of those games, you know? It's just dead ends, usually. I mean, they're okay. I think it is interesting that we explored the bad ends a little bit. It's not just... Because I played a lot of indie visual novel games. And sometimes they say that we have like 50 bad endings, you know? Like... But then the bad ending really is just like, a guy stabs you and you die at the end. You know, it's like, not even like a CG. It's just like game over and the screen is red, you know? So sometimes it's a little bit lazy. So I appreciate at least these bad endings, as short as they are, of a little bit to them, you know? And it kind of implies what happens to the other, right? Everyone's dead. You're wondering, okay, why? You know, it's kind of a mystery. All right, but anyway... The correct choice is to not listen to the talking thief and just go somewhere else. We're gonna, you know, as I was saying, we're gonna be a sussy imposter and we're going to vent. That's right. Right in front of you on a faraway wall, you spot what looks like an open vent. It's barely visible, with giant colorful cubes blocking it from view. You walk towards it, worried that Caine might come back and find you sneaking around. The vent is indeed wide open, as you thought, big enough for a person to fit in. Has someone used it? Was it a game's secret achievement? You ponder it for a minute, then reminding yourself that you're inside a game, you crouch inside to investigate. There's like little eyeballs for some reason. You know, maybe... Oh yeah, I guess it's a reference to Caine's all-seeing eyes! You know, he said that in the very first episode. My hundreds of all-seeing eyes. Or how does he say it? Like, hundreds of my all-seeing eyes. No, he says like more monotone, I think. You know, just like, what is it? There's an ad, like merchandise ad, where he says like, I don't know, for some reason I don't remember what he says exactly, but I remember the part where he says, mass-produced, you know? Pomni, look out, you're gonna get mass-produced. Something like that, I don't know. You notice the wall textures flicker and polygons jet out in odd angles, forming gaps within the vent. The gaps themselves are big enough to see what lies beyond in the white expanse. You guess that no one has tested this part of the map yet? It also seems rather dirty in here, with all the cobwebs and strangely shaped objects that also have faces. They're called gloinks. Perhaps that's why Caine didn't want you to explore. You peer through one of the holes and get the unnerving feeling that you're being watched. Suddenly, something slithers in your peripheral as a multitude of eyes open and glare back at you from all directions. A booming voice rumbles through the vent. Actually, something I've noticed is... Oh, actually, no. I guess so. I was thinking like these little abstraction eyes. I was like, is it in the CG? It's not actually. That's just the UI. Okay. I thought there's already abstractions, you know, here or something. Oh, here's the Gloink Queen. How do you do a Gloink Queen voice? That's like, I don't know how you do that. Among a colorful characters, in the presence of the Gloink Queen, despicable. That's my best, from my memory, that's my best impression of the Gloink Queen. Anyway, I don't know, you think it's best to act polite, actually. You try your very best to be polite, trying to diffuse the tension between you and this monster. You even compliment their lovely eyes. There are many, many eyes. The creature's eyes narrow as it looks you up and down, and you get the impression it's trying to figure you out in some way. You must be new here? I've not seen you around like the other things. You take this opportunity to get some answers. Well, we kind of all know this, technically. If you watch the show anyway. I already know all of this, but... Well, maybe Caine. Let's ask the Caine question. What do you know about Caine? You ask the Glowing Queen about what she knows about Caine. The Glowing Queen eyes widens when you mention this name. Oh, you speak of the mad thief god that bore this world to existence. The same god that made me and my kin. But it matters... I'm losing it. I don't know. But it matters not, for we too shall become glowing in due time, like everything else. I'm the Glowing Queen. The Glowing Queen stares past at you as if you're seeing this future unfold between her very eyes, and it's rather disconcerting for you. Yeah, it's funny actually. I mean, I don't think the Glowing Queen ever really interacts with Caine in the original show, but it is heavily implied that all the NPCs he's made, they see him as a god, I guess. But it's also funny that the Glowing Queen doesn't give a shit. It's like, I'm the Glowing Queen. I don't give a shit about Caine, the mad god. You take this moment to slowly crawl away from the vent. Okay. But yeah, because in episode 2, you know, I know these things. I'm a radio fan, okay? Maybe I'm not as obsessive as the people who make like 1 million like theory videos. But, you know, I remember in episode 2, you know, what's her face? The princess mentions how like they have a god, you know, and it's just Caine's face, basically. You climb down carefully out of the vent onto the soft carpet below, the sound of rumbling emanating from the vent. Whatever that creature was, you're glad you didn't make it mad. Now here's some extractions, you know. Look at these abstractions, where they are. Are they the usual abstractions that we saw before? There's a big X here. Is that 2 people? No, I don't know, actually. It looks like 2 people for some reason. Is that normal? Is that in the original show? I don't know. Or is it... I don't know, maybe it is a character from the show. Maybe it's like a puppet type character. Like it's just a guy, but he has a puppet. I don't know. You look around to find your bearings. It seems you're in a shabby-looking hallway, past its prime. Muck and grime stains the walls as the wallpaper peels away, revealing strange, blinking eyes. You try not to acknowledge them. Instead, you wander the hallways, locked doors lining either side, each one adorned with a funny-looking character. It is starting to feel more like a hotel for cartoons than a circus. Hotel. Maybe a hotel for has-beens, maybe? Anyway, a thought crosses your mind, though. Why are there so many doors with a red X on them? The question presses heavily on your mind. Suddenly, you're snapped out of your thoughts by the sound of voices. It seems to be coming further down the hallway. You know, I was gonna say, like, I'm a big fan of Digital Circus. I don't know anything about Has-Been Hotel, you know? I was gonna say. It's kind of in that same realm, though, right? Like, Western indie animation, I guess. I mean, one of the reasons why I didn't want to get into Digital Circus, because I put it in that same category, but turns out I like Digital Circus. Again, I don't know much about Has-Been Hotel, though. What I do know is that one song, you know, there's that, again, I don't know, I do this thing where, like, I get really into, like, the fandom of, like, a show, or, like, a video game or whatever. I look up, like, a bunch of fan videos, and obviously TADC is very popular. There's that one cover, I guess. What is it, like... How's it go? What's that song again? It's a song from Has-Been Hotel, but like someone made a video that like is basically the Jackson Pomni version, you know. Was it Loser Baby? I think I kind of liked it, you know. It was this one, right? By Kitten Sneeze, which they made a few videos I liked actually. You know, how's it go? Like. What's the chorus like? Oh yeah, you're a loser, Jaxie, a loser and so tacky, you know. Anyway, something like that. Obviously, it's like a cover version because the original version, I believe, was Has-Been Hotel. Also, there's something about King Sneeze being a Nazi. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't change the fact that I like this video. Okay. But like apparently there's some kind of controversy of the content creator. I don't know. I looked it up and it's like actually that happened when they were like 12 years old or something. And it's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand the interpersonal drama of like people who are like terminally online and calling everyone like a Nazi and like a sexual predator and then groomers and all that. And like I can't. It can happen. It's possible. It's just hard to take seriously when it all happens in like a Discord server where like it's not real life. So I don't know. It's kind of like it loses context, you know. So I'm not sure. I don't know who to like believe, because when people say like this person did like a very terrible thing, and it's like a random forum post they made like 10 years ago, and you know they said a slur or something, and it's like, I don't know, it's just not that serious. Like if they killed somebody, I don't know, then I would, you know, if they fucking murdered somebody, then I believe you, you know. Oh, okay, he's a fucking serial killer, it's freaking Jeffrey Dahmer, you know, okay, then you know, I will believe you. But then I don't know, it's just hard to take stuff seriously when people try to cancel other content creators, especially when they're already popular, I guess. I don't know. Either way, I like that video. You're a loser, baby. Normally I don't like musicals, but I don't know. I just like that version, I guess. It's very Funny Bunny, you know. I don't know. I like Funny Bunny, okay? But I like it when it's a little toxic and like it's doomed, basically. But yeah, you suddenly snap out your thoughts by sound of voices. It seems to be coming further down the hallway. With no other options, you head towards them. Maybe it can help you get out of this place. Also, did I use display capture? I actually don't remember. Here's the thing, I keep forgetting if I alt tab. Did I use display capture? I actually don't know if I remember remember using display capture. Just in case, I'm going to show it again, because I don't remember if I did or not. I was just talking about this. I was talking about this video. Why did I talk about this video again? I already literally forgot why I even showed this in the first place. I just go on random tangents, I guess. I don't know. I don't usually, you know, when I first streamed, I guess, and made YouTube videos, I don't go on these tangents a lot, but I like going on these tangents because kind of breaks up the, you know, just me playing the video game. And I like the idea of using display capture and alt tabbing and showing something instead of just talking about it. I can just show it, right? I feel like the visual element, you know, is more interesting. Where you like make a reference to something, you know, you can just show it. You can just show it instead of just making the reference. Oh yeah, because it has been a hotel. That's what it was, right? Because in the dialogue it mentioned hotel, you know. I thought about has been hotel. I wonder if that's actually a reference in the writing. They said like it's like a hotel, you know. Like I feel like that's a has been hotel reference. Maybe not. Also, here's this OC again, by the way. Is the developer just putting their OC everywhere? It's a little bit on the nose if it is. You know, they're putting their bunny OC everywhere. Maybe like one time, but like now it's 2 times at this point. I don't know. A little bit ham-fisted. Maybe not. Maybe it's not an OC. Maybe it's actually like a secret like Easter egg, you know? Like actually, this is like a very important detail. You need to look for the bunnies. You need to look for the plush, the weird orange bunny. Actually, this reminds me of like, what was that guy? You know, the Jack song, Thomas. You know, I kind of hated that song. I mean, it's deliberately made to be terrible, but like, I don't know, it became a whole meme for some reason. About how this someone's random OC called Thomas. I'm going on another tangent, hold on. Somebody, the Jack song, Thomas, you know, and like how it's like a parody basically, and somehow like a lot of people ran with it, you know, like Thomas, you know, he's always been here. Red Jacks, I guess, you know. I don't know. The song is terrible, but like the whole joke is like it starts with like, you know, Thomas and like hanging out with Jax and his like self-insert OC fanfic, and then it ends like kind of depressingly where like, you know, like it turns out he's gay and then Jax avoids him or something like that. It becomes gay trauma, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, the voices become clearer and clearer as you pick up the pace until you eventually round a corner and wham! Jingle jingle. I don't know. I can't do these sound effects in my voice, okay? Anyway, here's Pomni. You had run directly into something small and colorful. The sound of jingle bells ring out echoing throughout the hallways as you fall backwards into the carpet. You know, that reminds me, I always thought about that, actually. because I actually see it sometimes in fan art where people draw Pomni with the little the little bells, right? You know, these like oh, I didn't mean to do that. Skip. I skipped so much. I tried to zoom in. Actually, I tried to press the zoom button. I guess control skips it. Oops. My hotkey is to zoom in is control 1. Anyway. Also, where's my mouse? Oh, my mouse is gone. What the heck? Oh, it glitched. What? Okay, there you go. It glitched because I tried to zoom in, but also skipped a bunch. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was talking about the bells, right? The bells. I always noticed that sometimes people draw Pomni with the bells on her hat, but like in the show, I don't think it comes up that often. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I have to rewatch the show. But like in the show, like it's not really bells. Actually, it's kind of like these like weird palms. I guess she's Pomni, but you know, like pom-poms, I guess. Is that what you describe it as? They don't ring, you know, they don't go jingle jingle actually. Cause in the show as well, like I don't remember like a scene where like she walks around and you hear like her bells ring. At least I don't remember anyway. I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know. Also, hello, Japanese user. I can't read that. My Japanese is very bad. I don't know how can you say that? Nihongo. I don't know how to say like my Japanese is bad. What does that say? I don't know. Ya nan tuitero dayo dayo. I don't know how to describe that. But yeah, English only, please. And if you don't speak English very well, well then unfortunately you might not even enjoy my stream because I just speak English. So also forgot display capture. I forgot again to show display capture. I keep forgetting. This is what I was talking about, right? I was talking about how like Pomni has these like little pom-poms, and like in the show anyway, I never remember them ringing. But I see a lot of fan art where it's like bells for some reason. Anyway. What are you doing? Nani shiteru nayo? I'm playing a video game, okay? Also, I don't speak Japanese. So, English only, ego, how do you say? Ego kudasai. You know? Ego kudasai, I guess. Hopefully you know how to speak English. Because I've had viewers before come in and they don't speak English. They use like a machine translation, and the machine AI translation, not that great. There's still the sentences I feel like don't come out very naturally. So the technology is still not there, you know. But did I watch it? I watched all of the Major Circus. I watched the finale in theaters. Actually, I went. I ate popcorn. I know everything. And now I'm playing a fan game. I mean, I guess you want to catch up. Basically, I'm playing this. I'm playing TADC Mind Games, which is a non-canon visual novel psychological horror fan game, basically. Demo. It's not fully done yet, I think. And I just want to try it out because, you know, the Amazing Jewel Circus, it's over. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Play capture. I'm playing this. Right. I keep forgetting when I see. This is what happens when I can't use display capture. I have to use game capture. I keep forgetting when I alt tab. I don't remember the display capture. Anyway, display capture. But yeah, I'm playing this game. Basically, it's a fan game. It looked interesting. Try it out. It's just a demo. See what it's like. It's a DDLC knockoff. I wouldn't say knockoff. Just because, you know, this is gonna be me like going on a whole nother rant. But just because something is similar to something else doesn't make it a knockoff. You know, people always just say that. Oh, this is a ripoff. Oh, this is just a copy of that. Literally, people only call something a knockoff when it's like close to release. Like if you make the same thing, 10 years later, people would say, oh, it's a homage. You know, it's inspired by something, you know? I don't know. At the end of the day, in my opinion, Whether something is like a knockoff or like just simply inspired by something, it just depends if it's good. If it's good on its own, then like it's just good, you know? It shouldn't matter if it's like similar to something else. Also, how is this DDLC? I feel like this is like not DDLC at all, actually. It's complete opposite. This is just a visual novel. Not all visual novels are DDLC, you know? If anything, DDLC is like a satire of like dating sims, actually. Specifically. So anyway, we ran into Pomni, basically. Let's continue. Slightly dazed, you slowly look up to see a small jester rubbing their head in pain. Next to the jester, a person-sized chest knees down, concern. He has knees? Oh yeah, Kinger. I don't know, like, are you okay? How many fingers am I holding up? 3. Wait, I am? The chess piece looks down at his own floating hand. His eyes slowly drift into 2 different locations. As he begins to count them in panic, he seems rather empty-headed. Actually, that's what Kinger is. You know, if Kinger was an anime girl, I guess he'd just be the ditzy, airheaded type, as it turns out. Oh, good news! Turns out I have 4. The jester slowly stands up, giving herself a brief dust-off. I can see here, like, yeah, different, like, designs here. I guess for Kinger, he's like slightly abstracted and cracked. Interesting. And Pomni, as far as I can tell, well, she's like a little roughed up, and also obviously she has the key thing. I don't know what she's wearing, but like a key strap thing. I don't know why she's wearing that, but there you go. Oh yeah, and obviously the bells, as I mentioned before. But yeah, the gesture slowly stands up, giving herself a brief dust-off. The gesture's eyes go wide as they focus on you with full attention. Attention fills the space as you both look at each other. You get the odd feeling that they're about to try and fight you. Okay, time to freaking get in a fighting step. Let's go. Dark Souls fight. The gesture puts themselves in between you and the chess piece, slowly backing away with them, tugging into the chess piece's robe. Inger, we need to get going now. Oh, perhaps they're here to see my insect collection. The jester shakes her head as they continue to step back, not breaking eye contact with you. You step forward trying to explain your situation. 1 second you are putting on a headset, the next you are talking to a teeth man and everything else. Your head starts to ache just thinking about it all, and you grab it as if trying to yank something off. You start to curl into yourself. I mean, why can't you take it off? Is this even real? A small hand grasps onto your own. You look up to see the jester looking at you with some concern. Hey, it's okay. Take it easy. I'm sorry about that. We thought you were one of the NPCs. The reassuring tone of their voice helps to claim you down. Typo! T-U-P-O, typo! Bug report! I'll save the game. Because in the main menu, I think there was like a bug report you could do. I mean, I might mention that because claim you down? Wrong. It's calm you down, I'm assuming. So it helps to calm you down. You felt you were losing yourself for a second. You're fine. I'm Pomni, by the way. And that over there is Kinger. Who? Kinger frankly looks behind him. You steer? No. Again, I read too fast sometimes. I read sheer and then I said stare. You stare into sheer, or rather you stare in sheer bafflement, but Pomni's gaze stays on you. So what's your name? You try to answer, but nothing comes to mind. Where a name should be, it's just a blank space. Wait, he didn't give you one? She trails off, brow furrowing in thought. How about we call you, Rookie, for now? Sound good? Your mouth plays with the sound of the new name. It feels right. At least for the time you're here, Pomni brightens up. We just get a name. It's called Rookie. Rook. Like a chess piece. Rook. Well, it's nice to finally meet you. It's nice to officially meet you, Rookie. She lets out a small chuckle, however her face drops down into a frown. She looks back up at you with a sorrowful expression. Visual novel, says Shinko? Yeah, visual novel. I mean, have you never heard of a visual novel? Visual novel. I don't know. I'm assuming you're Japanese, but like, you know, because of your first message, but I feel like a Japanese person would know what a visual novel. A visual novel. How do you say? Well, I guess there's gaoge, but that's not exactly correct. Visual novels of a Japanese origin. Like this. And like this, whatever this is. I don't know what this is. This is not traditional visual novel. When I think of traditional visual novel, I think of Fate's Day Night or something. Planet, of course. Only watch the anime. What is it in Japanese? I don't know. Where is it? I saw like a thing, a reference. It says here, how do I pronounce this? Visual novel. No, I always go to translate.google for everything. For some reason.
Visual novel.
Visual novel.
Visual novel.
Visual novel. Visual novel. Something like that. Visual novel. You know what a visual novel is. You have to. If you don't know what a visual novel is, then you're a fake fan, I feel like. You are a fake fan of, like, I don't know, Japan. I don't know, like video games. I guess not everyone who plays video games knows what visual novels are, but I don't know. When I grew up, I feel like I was part of that online culture where you watch anime and you know about visual novels. I don't know. Basically a weeb. But I feel like it's pretty obvious. But yeah, she looks back at you with a sorrowful expression. Sorry you had to end up here at the time like this, but we really gotta get moving before he finds us. You're confused and asks who's he. You are confused and asks who she's talking about. Caine. Your adventures suck. What does he say? I remember in episode 8? Your adventures suck. Caine, the big teeth guy, you recall your meeting with him was unexpected, despite the chaos regarding just about, well, everything. He seemed harmless, if not incredibly eccentric. You fall in step beside Pomni and Kinger as they both begin to make haste down the hall. You ask about what Pomni meant about Caine finding you. Well, he's upset and unstable, more than usual. It started with the little things, a strange glare or mean comments, but now I think he's trying to... Pomni trails off as she fidgets with her hands. She snaps back, looking at you. But we're trying to find a way to fix him. Kinger thinks there's something up with his base code. You look over at Kinger, who's currently starting? A typo. I'll save the game. Gonna mention that maybe in the bug report. If I have time, maybe I'll do that live. I don't know. You look over at Kinger, who's currently staring at the bright ceiling light. You look down at Pomni, skeptical. She lets out an awkward laugh. He's smarter than he looks. Trust me, we wouldn't have gotten this far without him. Pomni smiles weakly as she turns to him, as he continues to stare at the light. Pomni, are you seeing these white dots in this light? You feel that without your help, these two might not complete their goal. But do you really want to get roped into something like this? You just want to go home after all. Boy, I can't. There's no choice. In this demo, I can't leave. I leave. Daga kotawaru. No, I guess not. Okay, fine. I help. Against your better judgment, you take a deep breath and offer to help fix Caine. Somehow. You don't actually know what the plan is. Perhaps you should have asked that before agreeing. Pomni looks up with surprise and relief. It seems she was hoping you would stay and help. Well, I'm glad you want to help, especially since you just met us. Thanks. The three of you continue your journey down the various hallways. You notice Pomni's eyes dart around trying to find something. She notices you looking at her. Oh, we're keeping an eye out for doors that this key fits into. They appear randomly. Hopefully one will lead us to Caine's control room. That's what Kinger thinks anyway. Control room? I mean, that wasn't that episode 7? Suddenly, there's a loud whack as Kinger smacks headfirst into a large door, surprising both you and Pomni. Oh god, Kinger, are you okay? I'm not oak, but the door is. More Bubble. You know, we indirectly see Bubble. We don't actually see Bubble, though. Except that one ending. I guess the bad ending. I'm just thinking about that line. I forget how it goes, but like, I remember Caine going like, I don't know, for some reason, certain lines in the show, for some reason, I always remember, or at least I just like, not always remember, not like, because I have horrible memory, but like, it just keeps, what's the word? Like, it's memorable in my head, I guess. There's this one line he says, you know, to Zubo, something about like, you hear, like Caine says, you hear that, Bubble? You know, the toy box character wants all the other intelligent AI to run on a, you know, 24/7 or something like that. And I remember Bubble saying like, disgusting, you know, that again, very distinctly. I remember Bubble saying, disgusting, you know. I don't think he says it like that though, I guess. But for some reason, it always is like an earworm, you know? Like I always think about Bubble saying, disgusting, you know? What does Caine say? Like Caine says, you hear that, Bubble? You hear that, Bubble? The toy box character wants all the other intelligent eye to run something, something, something. I forget, what do you say exactly? Caine says, you hear that, Bubble? I mean, it just goes to Reddit, but like, streamers misinterpret. He says, you hear that, Bubble? A toy box character wants to leave the other intelligent AIs to run for a prolonged period of time. Yeah, that's what he says. Out of the way he says it, though, it's so funny to me. And then Bubble says, disgusting. 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 I don't know. Bubble has a lot of memorable lines. You all stand in front of a large oak wooden door engraved with vines and a weird grinning Bubble. Pomni lifts up her key and tentatively slots it into the door's keyhole. She pauses and looks back at you. Also, I've noticed that we ourselves don't have any dialogue. You know, everything is like, I guess, third person in a way, or second person. I don't know what the perspective is exactly. Yeah, I guess it's second person. Yeah, the way it's written. It's interesting. I just compare it to the other like recent fan visual novel that I played through recently. It was the Dating Sim. I believe in the Dating Sim, you know, technically like your own character have their own lines, right? And I always kind of complain though sometimes whenever there's a line, you know, or like a dialogue in the script that represents your own self-insert, they kept saying things that I feel like I wouldn't say, you know, even though it's supposed to be a self-insert, right? So it's interesting that this is written in second person, right? So you can like fill in the dots or fill in the blanks, right? So you don't know what your character actually says, you can just imagine it, right? And I feel like that kind of works better actually. If you are gonna do like a self-insert kind of thing, which is not my favorite type of plot device or like writing device, but if you are, I actually like the idea that you don't have any direct dialogue, right? It doesn't feel like you're forced to say anything that you wouldn't say if you were there, I guess, you know, like it just implies what you're saying, but doesn't say what you actually say. Which is, I like that actually. I like that better. It flows better, I feel like. And it feels like more immersive, right? Because it is second person, right? You know, second person perspective is kind of like when you play like those old computer games and you're like a dungeon crawler, you know? Like you dive into the first room and you see, you know, a golden cup, you know, or you see a level 5 goblin, you know, you get ready to attack, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's very video gamey, but I actually like it better. Anyway, Pomni says, this place isn't exactly safe, so be ready for anything. You give her a nod in confirmation. She turns the key and swings open the doors. Okay. It's kind of like the episode 3, I want to say. It's the horror one. It's funny. On the other side is a rather fancy trophy room with a roaring fire and comfortable sofas. It would be a nice place to stay if it wasn't for the freaky mounted heads on the walls that glare down at you. Though strangely, one of the mounted frames doesn't have a head, instead just a small plaque with a familiar name. Pomni grimaces as she looks up at them, her hands beginning to fidget even more than before. So I have something in my nose, you know? I don't know, hold on. I'll just spoon water. I got the sniffles for some reason. Well, not the room we're looking for, but it could lead us to it. Any ideas, Kinger? Kinger wanders off to one of the sofas and sits down on an especially comfy one. You know, I think this is made with crocodile leather, the good stuff. He begins to lean back, his body pressing into the pillows of the sofa as he lets out a content sigh. Pomni lets out a sigh as she still fidgets. Well, I suppose it's okay to take a rest for a bit, but we can wait a while. Pomni sits down on her own sofa. You see her whole body loosens, as it looks like she's about to pass out. You wonder how long she's been up running about. They both are rather worn out. The more you look at them, perhaps you can ask some questions. Read that kind of weirdly, but you know. Like, the more you look at them, you know. What's interesting, I was gonna say, like, how can you be worn out? Is there like stamina, you know, in the digital circus? I thought they like never get tired or never get hungry. But, you know, maybe like Caine reintroduced those mechanics, like a survival game, you know? He introduced hunger. Wouldn't that be like crazy, right? That'd be an interesting choice, actually. Like normally, again, in the show, like they don't need to worry about human needs. But what if Caine like deliberately brings it back, you know, and they're like they can get tired, they can get hungry and thirsty and stuff like that, you know? And in a way, you know, like something they took for granted is now like they have to take into account to survive, you know? It becomes a freaking survival game. It becomes a battle royale, you know? Not the game genre, not Fortnite. No, funnily enough, Pomni and Jax became characters in Fortnite, but you know, like the original battle royale, you know, the book, which I've read the manga of. There's also a movie, but anyway. You know, like a survival game. What's another one? Hunger Games, I guess, is another one. Though I never read. I guess I never read or watched Hunger Games. I just know about it. But I feel like it's just a ripoff. Yeah. Speaking of ripoffs, I mentioned before. I feel like Hunger Games is the ripoff of like a battle royale, you know. Anyway, but I wouldn't know. I never read it. I'm just teasing, I guess, is the right word. I don't know. Anyway, you can ask about Key. That's why they're worn out, or you can ask how to leave this game. I don't know. I ask about the key. I don't know if I can ask all these questions, but I ask the very first one. Oh, it's a keygen. A keygen? It's like, you know, when it plays keygen music, and then, you know, you get like a key to like pirate a game. That's actually kind of before my time. I never actually knew how to pirate games, you know, when I was younger, so I never really did. I definitely had like a modded PlayStation though, at some point. And you could like play modded, pirated games, I guess. But you would like, you would just buy it from someone else, you know, basically. Like a freaking like black market, I don't know, but yeah, that's kind of like before my time. But I hear all about the memes all about, you know, keygen, and how like you open it up and like it generates a key that you use to like put in the key for the CD, and then you get to play the game because it makes like a fake key or whatever. Or I don't know how it works exactly. I don't know if it's a fake key or a real key, but either way, it's like a way to pirate the game. And there's always like a song that plays, you know, that people find nostalgic, and also like probably sometimes it's just a good song. I don't know, but it's kind of funny. Keygen. don't know. But yeah, it's a keychain. Caine was able to make it earlier to help us access doors that Caine is locked. It's like those serial numbers you put in to activate a program you bought. Well, sometimes you don't need to buy it. Keygen. Oh, usually, I mean, I imagine most of the time it might be a virus though, you know, so like, I don't know if you could trust it. Poppy gives a knowing smirk. You suggest that's pretty much how a normal key works, but digital. Oh, I guess that's a simpler way of putting it. Kinger told it better when he was explaining it to me. Pomni awkwardly glances away, embarrassed. Like I said before, the plan is to reach Caine's control room. Hopefully there's something in there we can use to fix this code, if everything is still the same there. Is there anything else you wanted to ask? Yeah, well, you're about to ask them further. In typical, like, RPG game, we can ask all the questions, but suddenly, wham! You hear the door slam behind you. What? Nani? Pomni rushes towards the door, key up front to try and open it. However, as soon as she enters the key, it emits a loud error sound. Guys, I think we have a problem. What is this face? The art is pretty good, I gotta say. I wonder who the artist is. You know, it's kind of ambiguous. Or maybe there's a credits thing. Because again, the studio just kind of came out of nowhere. I don't know who these people are. Like, who made this game? I don't know. But I gotta say, the art is like really good, actually, really high quality. And all the, by the way, the animated backgrounds and everything. Like, this is like a really well-made game. Like, what is this? Why did it just come out of the ether? You know? Out of nowhere. The fire roars and the flames bellow out from the fireplace before it's so quickly snuffed out. The once warm room is now filled with sinister dread. You feel a shiver creep down your spine. Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine. Ooh, I think this is one of those sleepovers. You feel the room around begin to rumble and shake as the walls begin to crumble and split open. You hold on to Kingard, keep him upright as Pomni's eye darts around the room. Pomni's eye? Eyes or eye? I don't know. The plural or just one eye? It's two eyes. You only using one eye. It's Pomni's eyes dart around the room. I feel like that's I don't know, that could be a potential typo, I'm not sure, because I feel like it'll be plural, right? She has two eyes, she doesn't have like one eye. Why it'll only be like one eye, unless she's like winking for some reason, I don't know. Come on, there has to be... There! Pomni points towards the vent on the other side of the room, and she races towards it. But then vines... Vines? Vine sauce? The mountain heads violently clatter together, their mouths chattering as thick vines erupt from behind. The freaky vine creatures gnash teeth hungrily, their vines twisting towards you and Kinger. Oh yeah, this face reminds me of the Scream, right, or something like that. What the? A thick vine suddenly bursts out of the fireplace, blocking Pomni's path. You feel Kinger's posture change. Look up and notice his eyes seem more focused. He moves in front of you in a protective stance as he grabs something out of the obscure trophy-decorated walls. Get behind me! Kinger holds it up as it glints in the darkness, ready to swing down. It's a machete that poofs into a cloud of pixels as soon as it makes contact with the vines. Ugh. Why does Caine even have that? There's little time to act. You have to move, but you're unsure where to help first. You decide to save the game. I don't know, actually. What would be the correct choice here? Either help Pomni or help Kinger. Do you help distract the heads while Pomni, like, tries to move the vines? Or do you just move the vines so you have an exit? Also, again, my nose is stuffy for some reason. Is it because of the humidity? I don't know. Hold on. Drink some more water, I don't know. Let's entertain the heads. You rush over to Kinger and you two start to wave your hands around like a weird dance, trying to distract the creepy vines. The creepy heads stare confused at you two. that sounds straight from the show. Isn't there? Oh yeah, isn't there like a? There's a meme about that actually. Where's it from? I think it's a merch ad. You know, where he Caine's laughs, and then he suddenly just stops laughing. Which one was it? I don't remember. I don't know if I can find it right now because like, Caine laugh in the theater. I mean, it's just from the glitch thing, but like I don't know which one it was. I mean, it's this one, but like. But like, I want the actual clip though. That's hard to find because I have to remember which one it was. I don't remember which one it was. I guess I have to go with glitch and do the whole thing. I have to find that merch ad because I want to find that video where he laughs in that particular way and then he just stops laughing. It's kind of funny. I like it. Also, hello, Blue Dragonfly. Yeah, ominous music because there's an ominous thing happening in the visual novel, which is, by the way, a psychological horror non-canon fan visual novel demo that I was trying out. But now I'm going on a tangent because I'm reminded of when Caine was laughing. Which one was it? Was it this one? No. How many shorts? Or is it like a main video? It's not like a main video, is it? I mean, the main video is just the show, you know? Oh yeah, I watched this already. And of course there's episode 9. Episode 9? I think it was like episode 8 though. No, this is a teaser. I don't remember. It was like average, or maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. I remember there was like an advertisement where he's like Caine was like really angry at everybody. I think it was this one. Right? Yeah.
Okay, that's not so bad.
Yes, that was it. You know, it was that. That's what that reminds me of. When the Caine was laughing in the background of the game. And that's it. Yeah, that's all I wanted to mention. It's like it was just that. It's just funny that he just laughs and he just stops laughing. Crazy. You know, that's what happens when you watch TikTok. You know, that's all you do. You laugh a whole bunch and then your face reverts back to default mode. You know. Apparently, I don't know. I don't scroll through TikTok though. Suddenly you hear a strange laughing distance, almost like it's echoing in the back of your mind. You look around trying to locate it. Snap! Oh, there's a sound effect there. Was there sound effects before? Because I definitely didn't hear sound effects before. I feel like I don't know. Unless my headphones are not working properly. I don't know. Suddenly, one of the vines launch on Kinger, trying to chomp him down. And he dodges it last minute. There must be a way to lit the fire again. I need a moment to think. To lit the fire again? You mean to light the fire again? So many typos, I feel like. Kinger speeds towards the snuffed out fireplace where some of the thicker vines had decided to crawl out from. You look back at Pomni for a second, about to call for her. The vine wasn't blocking the way to the vent anymore, but Pomni has stopped moving. Pomni has stopped. Reminds me of JoJo me. Pomni was, you know, like in space for so long. Eventually, she decided to stop thinking. Now, her body language tells you she's in trouble. She starts stumbling around, her hand shooting towards her head while slowly turning around. Oh, okay. Her face, her head. Is she wearing a mask? But her neck, it's not quite right. No, this could not be happening. The snapping sound from before, had that been Caine? Had he replaced Pomni's head with a version of herself as one of the head mounts? Pomni is in trouble while Kinger needs assistance to find a way to light up the fire in the room again. You thought it was best to save the game. Save the game. I mean, I don't know what we do with Pomni though. You know, she's just a weird head creature now. What are we supposed to do? So I guess I'll just follow Kinger. You have the feeling that maybe going to Pomni right now might not be the safest choice. You follow Kinger and ask what his plan is. The switch. It's quite the fancy room. There should be a hidden one somewhere here to control the fireplace. Was that true? Or was he just having too much of an imagination? Why would there be a button to solve the problems? Though they were inside a game after all, you had almost forgotten. While running behind Kinger to get the fireplace, you begin to hear something. At first quiet, but then building to a crescendo, you hear the chattering of teeth. You look behind you. The head mounts are slowly but steadily moving towards you and Kinger, their jaws gnashing like a swarm of hungry piranhas. You have to quickly decide how to act to help the situation. You know, it seems like we keep choosing between Kinger and Pomni. I don't know if it matters. You go to fight the vines, or you two keep looking for the switch as priority. Nah, I will fight. I will simply use my fighting skills. You tell Kinger to find the switch while you hold off the dangers that are beginning to loom over you both. You're both? So many typos. At first there's only a few, but now I've noticed there's a lot more. I don't know. I'm just making a save in case, well, I don't know. I kind of want to make a bug report of all the typos. I don't know if that helps, but at first I thought it was going to be like a couple, but now it's just it keeps going up, you know. It might be kind of a hassle to report every single typo. At first he hesitates, but realizing there's a little time for indecision, he quickly agrees. Very well, I'll be quick, just stay safe. He shouts out at you while running towards the fireplace and leaving you back with the vines. As Kinger begins to search up for the switch, or why did I make up a word? As Kinger begins to search for the switch, you focus on the approaching vines that slither and snap unpredictably, looking for the perfect moment to strike when you least expect it. They curl and twist towards you like snakes. You stretch out to grab out a heavy ash shovel and fire guard from the fireplace as a makeshift sword and shield, beginning to slash at the oncoming vines as best as you can. Fire guard? What's a fire guard? I don't know what that is. Fire guard. Huh? I guess this? Is that what it is? Like a weird fence thing? I don't know. Is that what that is? I'm not sure. It's just strange. I don't know. I mean, you can kind of see Caine's face there. I mean, I can't really see the fireplace. I mean, the vines come out of the fireplace. I don't know how to get that fire guard. Anyway, you manage to fence a few of them at first, but more vines suddenly join the fray, catching your ankles. As you look down, the vines suddenly coil around you. Your back stabs roughly into the ground as they lift you up. The rest of the vines swoop in, wrapping around your body. You struggle trying to get free while the clack-a-clack of the head mounts' teeth gets closer. Through the chattering, one of the mount heads groans while, through smiling teeth, I ever told you how it was my dream to eat all of you. No. That's funny, it's a reference to episode 8, was it? Or 7, I think it was 7, episode 7. The mounted bunny head opens its mouth into an impossibly wide maw, quickly enveloping your face with a startling yet cartoonish-sounding chomp, blinding you to your surroundings. Unable to see or call out through the mounted head that envelops you, the last muffled thing you hear as you're dragged off by the vines is a confused and scared Kinger as he calls out for you. Snap! You have been dragged far away from everything. A snapping sound can be heard, and suddenly the vines surrounding you let go. You open your eyes and find yourself on a soft surface, almost like a big white pillow. You realize with dread you found yourself into a giant gloved hand, and a big pair of colorful eyes were looking straight at you. There you are! I told you not to leave, now did I? He scratches his inexistent chin with his other hand, deep in thought. You are new around here, so I might not be as hard on you. His giant toothed head gets suddenly closer to you, his big eyes not letting you go. But you have to learn to listen. It's dangerous out here without me. Now let's put you somewhere safe for now. Kaufmo. Caine has dropped you in a giant baby playpen in a very childish-looking room. He vanishes, leaving you all alone in your soft prison. In the middle of the engulfing silence, you start hearing voices whispering for help from the nearest overgrown potted plant. They sound familiar to you, as they all fucking die. I got the kindergarten ending. Also, we have gloves for some reason. Like, I don't know. We have like an idea of what we actually look like, you know. Well, I guess we died. That's interesting. I wonder, I don't know how much freedom we have in the different choices, I feel like. Like, if we go back here, for example... So instead of, like, helping Kinger, what if we try to help Pomni? Would that be anything that would do anything different? I don't know, let's see. Let's help Pomni move the thick vine aside to enter the vent. You run over to Pomni and both of you are able to move the heavy vine away, leaving a small opening to the vent. Pomni starts kicking at it to loosen it, but a scream startles you both. Whoa! You look back to find that Kinger has been grabbed by one of the heads and is being dragged away while struggling. Kinger! Pomni immediately launches herself and takes Kinger by the robe, trying to pull him back from the deformed rabbit-looking mounted head that's munching on his face. With everything happening so fast, you need to make a decision in your position. You saved the game. I saved the game, suddenly. Nah, I opened the vent. You hear Pomni and Kinger struggle behind you. Pomni's holding onto Kinger's robe. Typo again? How much typos? Kinger's robe, but it doesn't seem to be doing much. You manage to pull the heavy vine away from you to start kicking the entrance of the vent to get it fully open. Finally, it busts open. You turn around to let them know. Ah! They're fucking being slammed to death. No! It's too late. Pomni and Kinger have been dragged away. The other remaining heads are now staring back at you. One of the raggedy doll head with a toothy grin launches first, and the creepy crying mask follows behind. You jump inside the van and crawl as fast as you can, not looking back after hearing the thumping sounds of the heads hitting the wall. You feel bad for leaving the other two behind. They had the key to escape this place, and now all you can do is hope that you'll find a way to rescue them somehow. You don't hear a thing behind you, but you won't take that chance. You'll keep going at a fast pace. A snapping sound can be heard, and suddenly the vent opens underneath you. You feel yourself falling surrounded in darkness. White pillow. Okay, same thing. Okay, so it's just the same thing, actually. If you just choose the wrong options, you just get the same ending. Okay. Oh. Sure, let's rush over to help them. See what happens if we do that. You run over to the creepy smiling rabbit head, avoiding the others Slytherin mountain heads trying to grab you. Is that typo too? I don't know. I think Slytherin, I think of Harry Potter. Trying to grab you and Pomni. I feel like that's a typo too. There's a bit of G there. Using all your strength to kick it and punch it, it finally lets Kinger go. Kinger falls to the ground. He quickly stands up and looks around himself with a determined look. Over here, quick! You two quickly follow Kinger to the fireplace, avoiding the vines and biting heads slinging about. You duck and punch at one of them in time. You focus your attention back at Kinger, who is now touching the walls around the fireplace trying to find something. What are you looking for? The switch. There should be a hidden one here. A head that resembles Kinger launches over you. You manage to dodge it, but it hits Pomni, pushing her away between the other head vines. You look back to see Pomni struggle with the vines and back to Kinger, who is frantically feeling the walls for a switch. There's so many decision points here. I don't know. I guess... I don't know. Help Kinger find the switch. You focus your attention on Kinger desperately trying to find the switch he had mentioned. You start to pat the fireplace's brick wall on your side. Suddenly you hear a strange laugh from distance, almost like it's echoing in the back of your mind. You look around trying to find the source. You hear snapping, and Pomni's like, ouch! You start to look around for Pomni when the purple head strikes at Kinger, biting his hand, leaving it infected, glitching all around. Suddenly you feel something pulling your leg. It's Pomni, and she's behaving like a mindless zombie. You try to shake her off, but she sinks her teeth into your digital mesh. You kick her away. Get away, Pomni. And she's turned into that. And it has like super realistic teeth. Body so hers, but she seems confused. Touching her new cosmetics, she stumbles with trying to find herself. Yes, her new Fortnite skin. The bite stings. Unlike in the real world, you'd be bleeding by now, but here it feels like something draining you slowly. Your body starts to glitch like Kinger's hand. Oh! The purple head, or rather the purple rabbit head, had grabbed onto Kinger while another vine has coiled around Pomni's body. Give one last effort to find the mysterious switch yourself, if it even existed, as a last desperate action, but soon enough a sad-looking white mass has gripped on you as well. With your digital body feeling strangely heavy after Pomni's bite, the vines have no difficulty dragging you away from the others. You feel yourself dangling from the air, and you open your eyes to see yourself and the others entangled in vines unconscious. Both Pomni and Kinger have been transformed into those hideous mount heads and seem unable to react to the situation. You have disappointed me. To think I expected more from you. The jungle of vines starts shaking and moving, and from the shadows a big and terrifying figure emerges. Is that a giant spider? Giant enemy spider? No, it's just Caine. No, it's Caine. But his body looks deformed and elongated, menacing. His multiple arms help him crawl his way towards you three. Again, I wonder how long this game was in development, you know, because this is definitely like a thing that happens in, spoilers, episode 8. He literally does this, you know? I mean, I guess there was like teaser images, so maybe it's based on that. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, you know, they made a very similar design. Now that I've caught you all in my web, you are it. Left hanging. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like there's multiple routes. I mean, there's a route where we help Kinger first, and there's the route we help Pomni first, I feel like, generally speaking. I forget which save is which save. Hold on, let me go back here. Oh no, I should go on this one. And then rush over. And then, oh yeah, let's try helping Pomni this time. You wave your arms around, running over to Pomni, trying to keep the vines away from her, the crying white mass trying to bite down at you both. Suddenly you hear a strange laugh in the distance, almost like it's echoing in the back of your mind. You look around trying to locate it. Something isn't right. You look back at Pomni, and now she looks like this again. Yada yada yada. It's the mind zombie. Placed her head, she's confused. And then almost like a rabbit dog pops out and then slowly starts to walk towards you, her arms extended, trying to find the zombie. She doesn't realize what's happening on the other side, but her new head mount head locks its attention on you and it tries to push itself as if to bite you. Oh, okay. Oh, is her head on backwards or something? You jump back at Kinger, asking in a hurry if he found the right switch yet, but the purple rabbit head was taking away his attention. He's fighting it with one of the fireplace's metal tools. Stay back. When you finally look back at your own situation, you realize that Pomni is charging at you, stumbling. You go around and think quickly, grabbing one of the pillows from the couch. You use it as a shield when Pomni finally reaches you. The zombie head bites onto the pillow, ripping parts of it. You shove it into her face, pushing her away from you. With one extra push, you make her fall on her back. You take the opportunity to run back to Kinger and help him fend off the smiling rabbit head by pulling at the vine it is attached to. Kinger gets pushed against the fireplace in the struggle. It was here! He quickly pushes the brick-shaped switch in, and the fire roars once again bright, ignited by the push of the switch, not only lighting up the room, but igniting the vines growing out of the chimney. Bam! They scream and thrash in agony, quickly turning to ashes. The other vines only retreat in pain. Look back at Pomni. Her zombie face is melting like wax behind the pillow you shoved in her face. She comes back to her senses, and it looks like she has a beard. What happened? You try to explain a few words, but Kinger rushes you both away from the dim light, noticing how his sanity starts slipping away from him again. We have to keep moving. Come on! You all go towards the room vent without missing a beat. The room's vent. I'm making a sound. I'm making a save for all the typos. You three have gone out of trouble for now and don't miss a beat out of leaving that place behind. You all traverse through a dark vent, its interior glitching unfinished. After a long while, Pomni shouts at you two trailing behind. I see a light. Now let's see what we find. With a big push of her whole body, she takes the vent grid down and crawls out. And now we're over here. You know, this music I think is slightly different. I don't think it's from the actual show. But some of it I feel like it's inspired. I wonder if it's copyrighted. No. You three are standing at the most bizarre space you've seen so far. A strange, unfinished area, or maybe another of Caine's tricks. Avoid so many doors everywhere. Such a beautifully lit place for my insect collection. Of course, now Caine or Kinger is crazy again. Ending doors in the void. Huh. That didn't seem like a bad ending, but like it seemed like we're stuck, I guess. So it is a bad ending. I thought we survived though. You know, I thought we picked the right choices and we lived, but I guess it still ends. It's not very clear though because it's a demo, so I don't know if it's like a demo ending or is it just a bad ending. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I mean, let me see. Is there anything else? What other decisions we could have made? Well, I mean, there was this one. Okay. Here's the Kinger, and then let's go towards Pomni this time with the zombie head. Like a rapid dog chomp. Catching unaware and shocked at what you were witnessing, Pomni suddenly bites down at you. And at first you reel from the pain, disassociating as your vision flickers between your horrific digital wound and the convulsing form of what used to be your new friend Pomni. An itching crawling sensation quickly moves up your arm, and you feel a sudden stab of splitting agony in your brain. You notice how your own face starts changing, getting bigger and heavier. A sharp jar of static racks your body and mind, but you feel as your bones begin to move against your will as you become an unwilling marionette of Caine's bidding. You know, like a digital zombie. Literally, she bites you and then you turn into a zombie. Normal words of fears, just letting your own body follow the instructions given. Pomni? Rookie? What are you? The last thing you hear is the confused screams of Kinger, whose hands have been feeling around the bricks of the fireplace trying to look for something. Pomni and yourself tear into Kinger with your teeth. Nom 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 nom. It feels like an eternity passes. Only then do the vines take control, dragging you all into the inky darkness of a forest of vines and plants. And then I assume this is the same ending. There you go. Yeah. I don't get like a good ending. You know, I haven't got a good ending yet. No. Okay, let's do this one, and then don't go to Pomni this time, and then don't fight the vines. So we keep looking for the switch. You follow Kinger to the fireplace, and you two start looking for the supposed switch, trying to ignore the vine's approach. You do just as Kinger does, feel around the bricks, hoping for a hidden button. The vines start wrapping around your ankles, pulling at your body, the mounted heads gnashing and gnawing at the air as they loom over you, trying to snatch a bite out of you. Your hand still on the fireplace chimney, you push one of the stones that seem loose, and suddenly the fire erupts, the sudden blast of heat scorching the thick vines that spread out from the chimney. You found it! You hear the vines screech as they begin to singe and they burn. They turn to ashes and the rest of the vines retreat. You know, it's kind of anticlimactic. They just kind of like, it just kind of like fades to the previous background, you know? Pomni, who's tumbling closer to you, stops moving, and her ugly face starts melting off, revealing her real face as she gasps for breath. And she has a beard. Yep, and then quietly, the mounted heads begin to melt, and then rushes you both away from the dim light. To keep moving, leave this wretched place. And then you all traverse through a dark vent. Its zero glitching unfinished. After a long while, Pomni shouts out at you, two trailing behind. I see a light. Let's see what we find. Okay, well I think it's the same, right? You push on the vent, and then yeah, they're just here now. A void of many doors. I guess that's it. Yeah, it just says doors in the void. I don't know. Is that it? Is there nothing else? I don't know. I'm not sure if there's anything else. It seems kind of end abruptly there, and it's not clear that it's a demo ending, right? I kind of wish it said like, "You did it! The demo has now ended. Congratulations!" And then that's it, you know. I don't know. I mean, let me see. Let me check the page. Fire Guard. Merchandise. Mind Games. Everyone seems to like it. Wow, I love it so much. And they say there's 5 endings right now. Does that include the bad endings? Because I'm trying to think. 5 endings. So there's the in Caine's pocket ending. There's the you just stay around and just play the board game ending. There's the you're in a baby cradle ending. There's the he turns to a giant spider ending, and then I guess the doors in the void ending, which is like the successful ending, but like just kind of again ends very abruptly. So I think we got all 5 endings, right? Again, I kind of wish it said like, you did it. Now come back later to like, join our Discord server, to learn more or something, I don't know. Don't forget to follow us on social media. That kind of thing. Again, I don't know where this developer came from. Pitchbox Studio. Who are these people? Who are you people? But yeah, I think that's it. Made by Pitchbox Studios. Oh, here you go. Here's the people. All right. There is Pitch Art, this person, and there's Caitlin Louise Jenkins, social media manager. Okay. Well, they actually did a good job because I didn't know about this game until I saw it on Twitter. So you know what? They actually did a job. And then Amy, game producer. So Pitch Art mainly makes the art, and this person makes the game. What's their portfolio like? So apparently they made these games. I don't know. They just seem like very basic games. But, I don't know. Doesn't seem like they have a ton of experience, but like, I guess making a visual novel, like a Ren'Py visual novel, isn't the most hardest thing in the world. Really, is the writing. What makes a good visual novel is not necessarily the programming, because I feel like for just the defaults, it works fine. It's mainly the writing and the art, like making it make sure it flows correctly. But it seems like the writer is simply someone named Pitchbox. Oops, I forgot to... Did I put display capture? I don't remember if I put display capture or not. Yeah, I keep forgetting when I alt-tab, I forget to do that. Hold on. What I was trying to do, I clicked on this, right? What I was saying was that, yeah, they seem to make very kind of basic games, Pretty basic. It doesn't seem like anything's too special. I was gonna say, I don't know if they have experience making visual novels, though, But, I don't know. It just kind of came out of nowhere. Crazy. Who are these people? I don't know. Oh, here you go. There's actually more. It's bigger than I thought. Okay, there's a bunch of people. Store, right. Okay, there's a separate writer. Okay, so they make art. These people make art. There's so many writers. For so many writers, there's still a lot of typos, I gotta say. Are you sure you're not using... Yeah, and there's other people who make art, background artists, other character artists. UI design, that's very important, by the way. Very underrated. I feel like making good UI is very important. Animation, yeah, they had the whole animation, especially in the very beginning. That was really high effort for some reason. Programming. Game producer. Wait, what's the difference? Wait a minute. If they're a producer, what do you actually do? I thought they made the game. Or they make the coding anyway. And background music and sound effects. This guy, this random guy. All these people have how do you say, drawn profile pictures, I guess, avatars basically. And this guy's just a LinkedIn, or Facebook. This is his real face. Anyway. I mean, yeah, again, they just kind of came out of nowhere. Who are these people? Hopefully they don't do this thing. Here's the thing of making a free game, which I don't know if it's gonna be a paid game or not later. I'm not sure. Can you do that with a copyrighted, franchise? Because I feel like when you usually make fan games, it's hard to make money out of it because of copyright reasons. You can't just make money unless you get the blessings of the original creator, which is probably kind of hard. But I don't know. Here's the thing about a really good fan project with a bunch of collaborators. You never know when one person has a mental breakdown and the whole project halts to a stop, and there's a bunch of drama, and then everyone fights each other, and then the whole project goes into the trash can. So I don't know. Look, I'm not saying this will happen necessarily. It's just that I tend to not have a lot of what's the word? Hope, I guess. Is hope the right word? I don't know, but there's a lot of indie projects, Kickstarters and stuff like that, where you see so many of them. They have a really great start, and then it always becomes a dumpster fire because it's like just a bunch of like people who I don't know, who don't understand that making something together requires like teamwork. It requires actually like working together and like not just doing your own thing. And kind of like a class project, right? It always happens, right? It's always just one person, usually me, one person that just does everything, and then everyone else is lazy and then doesn't contribute, and it gets annoying, and it continues happening in real life, and it continues happening to adult life too. So you gotta have someone that like corrals everybody to be like, hey, do your job, basically. And usually it's by threat of like being fired, but especially with like a fan project, it's even looser, right? Like, so somebody could just decide to be actually I'm bored, and they leave. Turns out that's the person who leaves is like the guy programming everything, and it just all falls apart. Especially when they program something that is not friendly, right, for other people to just join in, right? That's the biggest thing too, right? Like making things that are modular enough, if that makes sense, so that other people can pick it up and actually continue that work. I feel like a common issue, especially with like more, indie stuff with programming, and not that I'm an expert, but I hear this a lot, where someone makes a bunch of code and it's like, it's all cryptic, basically, where like the code only really works because the person who made it understands how everything works, and they don't make enough comments, they don't like, they don't document everything, right? They don't have documentation, and so it just like, it's all, not everything falls apart when they leave. Again, maybe it's not the hardest thing in the world though, because this is just Renpy. It's just a visual novel, so you think it wouldn't be that hard though. I do gotta say though, I feel like because everyone, here's the thing, the same way I feel about mods, it's a little bit like, again, like, the main menu. Again, this is a very small criticism, and so like it doesn't matter that much, but I gotta say, because there's so many people working on it, I do feel like sometimes it's a little bit uncohesive, right? How I see this main menu looks a little bit like different. I feel like it feels weird, like this animation looks kind of weird. It doesn't look the same. Like look at Pomni, for example. Her like design is different from how she appears in the game. In fact, all the characters. So that's kind of weird, that kind of thing. And how like these buttons, they look like kind of like retro fonts, like Game Boy Color fonts, right? But that doesn't make sense because they're not like a Game Boy game. I feel like the font, is a little bit like, it's like Comic Sans, in a way, right? They're just using the video game font because it's a video game, but like, I don't know. I feel like that it doesn't feel like it's part of the world, I guess, if that makes sense. It's not cohesive. And of course, like the big animation that happens in the beginning, feels kind of abrupt, when it just kind of like cuts there. I don't know, just little things, but like it doesn't matter too much. It's just that that's what happens when you have like a bunch of people collaborating. It also feels like everyone's making their own thing, and sometimes it doesn't really fit all together that well because it's not made by one person. I don't know. But I don't know how you would like fix that. I mean, I guess like I'm just thinking about the original Digital Circus, right? How Gooseworks just kind of like makes everything basically, not literally everything, of course, but they're like the main creative director essentially. So I guess that's what you need, right? The main job of the director is to make sure everything is cohesive, everything feels like it's part of the same thing, and basically kicks everyone's asses if they're not doing their job, essentially. I think that's kind of what happened with Amori, by the way. Something about Amori, I forget the details, but there was like one person maybe that, I don't know. Was it Amori or something like that? I can't remember. There was like a person that wasn't basically being unprofessional, And like the director, I think, like Omocat or something, was getting letting them get away with it and everything. And it's like, I don't know. It's like, again, it's really just drama, but But that's the director's job. They have to like make everyone work together, or else, or else they get sent to the abstracted zone. No, anyway, What am I trying to say? I guess the game's over. I don't know. I assume it's over. They said it's 5 endings, so I assume that's it. Again, very, very abrupt though. Kind of came out of nowhere, but I don't know. But there you go. Again, overall though, I like it's pretty high quality. I really like the art, the animation. The writing's not too bad. It's a lot of typos though, but I feel like it wasn't horrible as far as I can tell. And I do like the mystery. Like this whole like universe is like a different, like, I guess AU, right? It's like a alternate universe where Caine is like a little bit more evil, and we don't know why he is that way. So maybe as we explore the full game, maybe we learn the mystery, you know, and like we learn, you know, explore what the digital circus would feel like if it was more Caine keeps laughing at the background. Like if it was more like survival game oriented. You know, that's how it feels, right? It says psychological horror, but really it feels more like survival horror. I don't know. Is it me? Because we didn't really spend the psychological part. We didn't really explore that much. You know, I feel like psychological means more like, instead of like vine monsters, you know, it's more like people, right? People are the monsters usually in psychological horror. So like it's more about like that kind of thing. I guess Caine a little bit, you know, when he's antagonistic towards you a little bit. I don't know. I'm more interested in finding out like what happens when the characters are a little bit more like I don't know, like hostile towards you, basically, right? Like what if some of the characters have gone crazy, you know, and they're like actually fight you or something. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, I guess that's it for this game. What else I want to do? I kind of wanted to go here, actually. What was this, actually? Hold on. Does it, like, dox me somehow? Okay, I guess not. Up to 5 supported, or rather, screenshots. You know what? Gosh, it's 2 hours and 28 minutes. I'm trying to see. Should I do this later? Should I do it now? Also, you spelled unusual wrong. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not unusual. Anyway, anyways, freaking song that because TF2. Anyway, they spelled unusual wrong. But that's the biggest thing, right? It's like it's just typos. Mostly, it's just typos, really. You know what? I'll do it now. I was gonna take a break, but like I'm gonna do it now. I just wonder what I'll do afterwards, actually, because I feel like after this I have like an hour left. What do I do after that? I don't know. I don't have anything else planned, to be honest. I thought this game would be a little bit longer. At least the demo anyway would be a little bit longer. For now, let's make some screenshots. So, what I want to do, apparently only make 5 screenshots, but let's see. Claim you down. So screenshot, and then. Is this one? No. That one. That one. This one. This one over your both, you know? Definitely more than 5 screenshots, I feel like. And then I guess this one? Anything else? I think that's it. Oh, maybe this one. You all go towards the rooms event. There's missing an apostrophe. I got 9. There's 9 typos, I feel like, overall. Where's the you know, like, where's that song? I guess off-brand digital circus theme. I just want to have that in the background, you know. Let's see here. I might want to like point out the typos though, because it was not very obvious. Also, all those are Audacity tests. Documents, pictures. Oh, I didn't dox anything. I just opened my file explorer. I don't know if there's anything I can dox really. Let's see. Where are the screenshots? I think they're in the game folder. Let's see. Games, Mind Games, screenshots. Let's kind of move them somewhere else. I don't know. Let's put it, Ba, 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 ba. Put that over there. Oh, whoops. I don't need to do that. I was actually trying to find, well, I was trying to make a screenshot for the thumbnail. I guess I'll use later. This is one of the thumbnails. But I instead used the one of Pomni and Jax instead. I don't know. They're more iconic, I feel like, in the show. Let's see. So I want to do something like this. So I want to point out the typos. So this is what I'm gonna do. Very fun stream, by the way. I'm going to like bug report basically. I'm gonna troubleshoot this game. That's what I'm gonna do. Because you know what? I actually want this game to succeed. I want more Digital Circus content, actually. So I circle that. Is that good enough? I don't know. Does it like blend in the colors? Everything's already red, blue, and yellow. So like I don't know. I don't know if it's a good enough highlight. Fine. There's that. Pomni's, you keep them upright. Also, upright should be like one word, I feel like. But as Pomni's eyes dart around the room, it should be eyes. Oops. No. Maybe I shouldn't close the program. That's how I'm doing it, by the way, like this. So it's kind of sloppy. There. Not just like this. Lit? That's lit, fam. That's so lit, fam. Do people say that anymore? I feel like it's old now. Again, the song is almost the Digital Circus theme, but like it's not. It's almost the melody. It's like slightly off-brand. It's like it should be you know, but no, it's not. Rooms vent. Rooms vent. Rooms vent. Claim you down. Claim, that's the biggest one, I feel. That's the first one I saw. Claim you down. They're gonna claim you? What the heck? They're claiming you for insurance? Like, what are you talking about? Okay, hypos! Up to 5 supported images. Well, I want to put more. Can I put more? Only, man. I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's more. There's more I could put in though. Typos in the writing. Several typos in the writing is the biggest error I see. Oh, that's weird to say that. I'll just say several typos in the writing. I liked it overall though. 4, 5. Music is like, you know what? I liked it. Animation, good. Fonts, I would say I would change it slightly. I don't know. I feel like it should be more consistent. The UI and the dialogue font, I feel like should be not the same, but like needs to be a little bit more cohesive, you know? I feel like, as I mentioned before. So I feel like, again, yeah, you have this, you see this, you zoom in here, you see this like font is like this, but then sometimes in the font on the dialogue choices is like this. It's like a little bit different, or it looks like sci-fi for some reason. And like in the main menu, it looks like Mario, you know, like old ass like Game Boy NES style fonts. It's just a little bit uncohesive, you know. Again, it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but it needs to be a little bit like similar. It needs to be like one similar theme, you know. I mean, usually I feel like, I mean, it depends on how you design something, of course, but like usually you want like 2 fonts at most. You don't want like 5 different fonts, you know. Again, depending. I mean, sometimes you could like have like a special font for like, oh, you know, creepypasta, Sonic.exe, realistic, hyper-realistic blood, you know. Caine like breaks your game and like and then he talks in a very creepy way, you know. Then you could change the font to something crazy, but you know, you want it again to be similar enough. You want something readable and like, you know, modern, and then if you want something a little bit wacky, it's maybe something more stylistic. But usually with 2 fonts at most, maybe some variations like bold, you know. Again, otherwise you want more fonts if it's like an exception or something. I don't know. Anyway, fonts could be a little bit more cohesive. Menu design, I don't know. Menu design is it's just rempy. You know, menu design is just rempy, really. It's not bad. I wouldn't change it. More. You know, I'm not a child. I found all 5 endings. Any drill as I mentioned. Okay, here you go. So earlier, typos need to be fixed. There's more than there's more. You know what? Hold on. Let's put a little bit more effort into this. You know? Let's see here. What if I... Again, the main this theme, so it's almost like the Digital Circus theme, but it's not. Let's do this. Let's go like... Here you go. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do something like this. Let's put a little bit more effort and just make a new file with all the things. So let's see here. That's maybe. It's kind of okay. Hold on. This. Wow, gameplay. You know, this is gameplay. It's called bug reporting. Welcome to my Let's Play. Well, when I make bug reports of a demo. So cool, so interactive, very interesting. Totally, very super interesting. It's so cool. It's like playtesting, you know. Up a little bit more. Oh, should it? Oh, hold on, wait. Up, like that a little bit. I could make this better, but no, that's not it. I wanted this one to go up. Nope. What? Which one? Which one's that one? Oh, that one go up. Okay. And then this one is the last screenshot. There we go. No, oops. I even made a typo. Staring. No. How do you spell staring again? Staring. Staring. It's hard to see it though. I don't know. And what color should I use? Because the red blends with the red, essentially. I don't know, I'll just write it there. Okay. Actually, hold on. I'll write over here the different layer so I can like that staring. Eyes. Red doesn't work. It's another green maybe. Staring. What contrast is with blue? Orange maybe. I don't know. It doesn't look right. Blue definitely not. Okay, black definitely not. But that blends too much of the actual staring. Eyes dart. Calm. Do. Light. I'll even fix it for you. You know, I could even go to Rempe's like coding and fix it as well if I wanted to. It wouldn't help though, because like it will only change for that specific thing. Hold on. This. Maybe that helps a little bit. A little outline. There you go. Oh, not that. Pictures. PNG. TADC Mind Games Demo Bug Report 1. So I put like 4 screenshots into one. Let's make another one. New one here. Wait, what was this canvas size? Yeah, 1280 by 720. I don't know why it says like a different one. 720. There we go. Delete the freaking white background. I don't need that. I don't freaking need that. By the way, this is like free labor. You better put my name in the credits. You know, this is free play testing. When it says in the ending of the game, it says special thanks. You know, and you. Include SighingSlider, random playtester who played the demo that one time. This is free labor. Normally you get paid for this. At least $2. I don't know. But like the how do you say the what's the word for like being like someone who is annoying, you know, in terms of like attention to detail, I guess. But you know. Because of my pedanticism, is that the right word? Pedanticism? I need to fix all these typos, okay? It ruins the experience. I feel like so many gamers wouldn't care about this because they never paid attention in English class and they're effectively illiterate, you know? I don't know, is it just me? I feel like a lot of people actually don't give a shit about this kind of thing, but I do. Okay, it's very important. Slytherin. Slytherin. Slytherin? Is that even a word? Hold on. Is that how Slytherin is in the Harry Potter? Oh, Slytherin. I think this is the word they're looking for, right? Not Slytherin, like a snake. This is not a word, unless you're talking about Slytherin, one of the 4 houses in Harry Potter. But it's Slytherin with a G. And Kingers, not kings, not kingies. Kingies, his little kingies. Bam. Wow, so cool. I'm so awesome by pointing out all these typos for free. You're welcome. and in the most like, you know, roundabout way, I had to make like little like PNGs. Like probably the better way is to make like, I mean, obviously you get the script itself, and then, you know, have some kind of like Excel sheet or something. I don't know, but actually, oh, did not like upload? Why did I not do that? Why did I not upload? Come on, go. There you go. Be attached. As I mentioned in the bug report, the spelling and grammar could use some cleaning up. Other than that, fonts. I don't know. Other than that, fonts could be more cohesive. I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to say. Fonts and general design. The fonts and general design could be more cohesive because sometimes it feels like I don't know. I'm out. The general. How do you? I'm not trying. What am I trying to say? The visual design could be more. The UI design could be more cohesive. Sometimes it feels like the fonts could be more cohesive because sometimes it feels like. Sometimes it feels like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but like, other than that, the visual design could be more cohesive because sometimes it feels like I don't know, whatever. Just say it could be more cohesive. Because I don't say the reason. The reason is because it's not cohesive, you know, basically. But the UI that could be more cohesive. For example, the fonts don't feel like they're part of the same family in the menus versus dialog box versus the decision boxes, basically. What do we call it? Is it dialog box? In the menus, dialogue, and decision boxes is what I've noticed anyway. Actually, do you? Okay. I don't know. This is how I write. Like, I just kind of like write things and I gotta edit them like 5 million times so it flows better. Otherwise, the visuals are great. The visuals and the animations are great. Oh yeah, and then it'll also be more cohesive. Finally, sound effects will be nice. Like when the vine monsters chomp on you or something, you know, that one time. No, actually, there's another thing I want to add. Sound effects will be nice, like when the monsters challenge you as well. Finally, you know, the good ending, I assume the doors in the void, felt a little abrupt. I wish there was a conclusion even in the demo, or to be continued, you know. Otherwise, the visuals, animations are great, and I'm interested in the world building. of this more horror survival inspired AU, basically. Okay, you know, this is the whole paragraph. How long did I spend on this? It's very important though. It's funny, it says bug report. It's not just a bug report, it's also just a general feedback form, you know? So how did I hear about, I guess no, Twitter. I'm gonna be honest, Twitter. I think that's it. Yeah, so as I mentioned in the bug report, this is what I do, by the way. Whenever you write something on the internet, don't forget to read everything out loud again to make sure like it makes sense, you know, like there's no like weird grammar thing. But as I mentioned in the bug report, the spelling and grammar could use some cleaning up. The UI design could also be more cohesive. For example, the fonts don't feel like they're part of the same family in the menus, dialogue, and decision boxes. Sound effects would be nice too. I see, okay. To like when divine monsters chomp on you, or what's another part? Like what's another part where like there will be a like when Pomni crashes into you, you know, right? For example, I mean, let's go back. Let's see. Like, what was that scene where like she crashes into you, right? Was there like a sound effect for that? Go back here. Why is it Gloig? They're my wonderful children. There you see. Wham, jingle, jingle, right? But like, there's no sound effect. It's just like wham, jingle, jingle, and it's silent. Right. So yeah. That is a part. So like, you know, sound effects been nice too, like when the vine monsters chomp on you and when Pomni crashes into you. Finally, the good ending, I assume the door's in the void, felt a little abrupt. I wish there was a conclusion or to be continued even in the demo. Otherwise, the visuals and animations are great, and I'm interested in the world building of this more horror/survival inspired AU. Because it seems like survival, right? Because the game advertises itself as like psychological horror, but I don't think it mentions like survival, because it feels like survival. It says survival instincts. I don't know. They use the word survival a few times. This feels like ChatGPT though. You are dealing with normal people. You are trapped with digital entities on the brink of losing their minds. This game rarely lets you drop your guard. What is this? It feels a little ChatGPT. I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah. And as for AU, that contrasts with the original show. Not contrast, but like, I guess inspired. Let's say inspired, you know, from the original show. Yeah, I mean that's it. Again, overall though, I would rate it 5 out of 5. I would say, like, you know, I feel like I could also say 4 because that's only because anything could be better. You know, anything could be better. I don't know, but then I feel like everything would be a 4 out of 5, you know? I'll just put 5 out of 5, because I do feel like overall, it did feel like a better experience than your typical, like, random, like, indie visual novel made by, like, one person, you know? Like, of the many hundreds, possibly thousands, I don't know, not thousands, but, like, several hundred indie games I played, it's better quality, I would say. You know, at least in terms of like free indie games anyway. Free like indie like itch.io games. Free indie games on itch.io rather. I would say it's better quality. So yeah. And more horror. Though I'd be more interested in like not just like monster horror, but like again, like interpersonal drama horror, you know? That's what I want. I want Jax to like be an asshole, you know, basically. Submit. Now, does it dox me? Does it say my real name? Does it, thank you, real name? Okay, guess that's it. Also, Blue Sky. I have a Blue Sky account. I never use it though. I rarely visit it, only because like Blue Sky sometimes has, you know, people that I kind of like watch content from. like Gooseworks, for example. And sometimes they just post different things on Blue Sky. So like, oh, okay, I'll go over there real quick to check out what they said, basically. That's kind of it, though. Pew pew. Alright, there you go. That's TADC Mind Games. Playing it because, or I played it because I still can't get enough of the amazing digital circus. And Pomni's like noodle legs. You know, this is what she's supposed to look like. She's not supposed to have like thick thighs, you know, like in Fortnite. She's supposed to have noodle legs, okay? That's the accurate design of Pomni, is what I'm saying. Alright. Exit. Well, now what? It's like about 3 hours. Man, I don't know. I don't know what to do now, to be honest. Like, I was planning on just playing this, you know? What's a game that... What's a like, quick little demo maybe I could play that only lasts like an hour? I don't know, actually. I mean, there's this game. How long is this game, actually? Hold on, let me like play some background music so it's not just silence. How long is this game? Well, that's not a good way to search for it. Hold on. Yeah, Cat Trigger. I mean, Manly Battles Hero played it. Obviously. I mean, I knew about it before, but I just never got around to it. Seems to be, it says here 1 hour, 49 minutes, 49 minutes. This was only 14 minutes. Yeah, basically this game. I want to try out this game. This is another game made by Cat Trigger. Another like mini horror game, by the way. They're not finished. It didn't seem like they ever finished the original horror game. You know, or you know, one of the horror games they made early on, Daytime. They're gonna make like a whole series, and the last, like the third entry of the series, this does not come out at this point. You know, even though they advertise it aggressively, you know, 1,000,000 times. It just seems like they're just, well, I don't know. I don't know their circumstances, but it just seems, in terms of the optics anyway, they're procrastinating instead of just making a bunch of like little mini horror games instead. Which is they're not bad though. I like them actually. You know? I like this one. I don't remember this character showing up though. I mean, I guess that's the POV, that's the protagonist. I wonder if they ever updated it. I don't know, but I like this. I kind of like that one. This one's okay. This one's I like that one. Yeah. Never played anything older than that though, to be honest. I think I played this off screen, and it was okay. It wasn't like it's a different game though. It's not really a horror game. Yeah. I like their little like mini horror games though, and I want to try this one. You know, like it's like apparently you're a sheep. You're just a funny little sheep. I mean, they all have great art, by the way. They have great art, you know, and like interesting little short stories. Apparently, you're like a cute animal, and then you run and kill to avoid gruesome fates, whatever that means. Probably another banger. Let me be honest. So I want to try it out. So let's do that. Let's see. I'm just reading the description. Cartoon animals. Let's see. I just want to change the stream title. I'm just thinking like what my title would be. You know, it's like let's see. So first, I should put in the game title and information. Oh, I don't have it actually. I usually put it on the you know, I do this thing where I put everything on a notepad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the information actually, so I'm just gonna copy it over here. Carnivore by Cat Trigger. Itch.io. Copy the link. Put it over there. And then what would the title be? You are a cartoon animal, and I don't know how to. what's a good hook? You know, that would matter. It's like, I'm gonna play this for like 1 hour. No one's gonna see the actual title, because I always often use the thing is when I change my title based on the game I'm playing, but then I have the YouTube video, basically the YouTube VOD, I guess. I just use the first title I use anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So any kind of second, third, or fourth game I play, the title doesn't really matter that much. But I still want to like have an interesting title anyway, because I don't want to put the game title. It's boring. Like Carnivore, what does that even mean? I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna say you're on the menu tonight, and unfortunately, you're delicious. Oops, I spelled that wrong. How do I spell delicious? I don't know how to spell delicious. It's on the screen, but I refuse to look at it because I'm looking at my second screen. Okay, and unfortunately, you're delicious. Okay, and then I should put like a timestamp, even though I'm probably gonna take a break now. It's been 3 hours. I just want to take a quick washroom break, maybe like a snack. I don't know. 3:02:40. Okay, 3:02:40. Carnivore. Save. Okay. And then change it on the Twitch category as well. Carnivores, that exists? Well, there's Carnivores Dinosaur Hunter, Carnivores 2, Carnivores Cityscape, Carnivore Land, Carnivores Ice Age, Carnivores, Pterodactyl Carnivore, and Carnivorous. That doesn't seem useful, to be honest. There's so many like carnivore categories, but not the game I'm looking for. Like, come on. Gosh. I'll just keep it at games and demos, I guess. Okay. I'm not gonna play this in the browser because every time I play a browser game on Firefox, it just lags. But I do believe I have the game downloaded, so let's see. Just real quick. Hopefully it runs and like gets captured on OBS correctly. Well, let me see here. Come on, open up. Please open up. Please open up. Well, it says it's running. Hold on, let me continue the music. Otherwise, it's just nothing. Here you go. Oh, I still have this on. Let me pull that. Okay. Does it have its own song? Actually, the main menu has no music. Is that usually the case? I feel like most cat trigger games on the main menu have no music for some reason. I don't know. Full screen window, graphics is very low. What if I want ultra graphics? Does it matter? I don't know. I don't know if it matters. Because like if everything is, I assume, 2D and hand-drawn anyway. Content warning. Kind of slow. Hold on. Things. Can I make the text faster? Like that. Okay. Content warning. Carnivore is intended to be played without much knowledge about the game. However, some content of the game may be uncomfortable, or at least more than intended to some people. If you want to be cautious on potential content, you can view a list here, or you can go back to the menu. Okay, well, I want to be surprised, but I instead will put in a little content warning myself, because I'm playing a horror game now, like a real horror game, not just a PG-13, like non-canon fan-made digital circus visual novel, but rather like a real ass horror game. Also, I think I saw a message. Oh, hello, Anthony, by the way. I'm just pivoting to this little game because I just finished the Amazing Digital Circus fan game demo. That was interesting. But I'm gonna play this now because there's nothing else to do, so I'll play this. And this one seems pretty short. So let's see. How do I pin? Wait, how do I pin messages again? I forget. Pin. I guess like this, like that, like that. Manually unpin. And then pin message. There you go. Should be pinned, I'm assuming. Also, again, no music. So I'll just play this music. All right. Also, there's achievements. That's funny. Oh, achievements. All right. So, before I begin, of course, I'm gonna take a break first. So, I'm just gonna like go to the washroom, maybe grab a snack, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. Then I will play this little interesting horror game, Carnivore. BRB. All right. Stop the music. Music is banned. All right. Let's play as a funny little cartoon sheep, and then murder other animals. Apparently, I don't know. Seems to be a very gory game. You know what? When you think about it, it's very normalized, though. You know, like I assume most of the Earth's population, they eat meat, and you know, you walk by like a butcher's, you know, like a section of the grocery store, you know, they're just chopping like animal meat, and it's kind of gross. So I don't know, but like it's very normalized. Like gore when it's like people, that's horrible, but like gore when it's like animals, well, that's just going to the grocery store, isn't it? Anyway, well, I guess to be fair though, they're also like de-skinned, you know, what do you call it? I forget what you call it. It's not called de-skinning necessarily, but like, you know, it's called something else. I guess all the meat parts, you know, are like kind of like the degloved. I don't know, something like that. Like it's different from like actually slaughtering an animal like at a farm or something. But anyway, you are a beautiful soul. Wow. That's what, you know, that's what people always say when you're ugly. You know, you have a beautiful soul. Now face, you know, we're just gonna avoid that. Close your eyes. I want you to think about your most precious memory. Okay. You with someone you cherish. Feel their presence, their warmth. You are going back to them. With a knife? Hello? Like an instinct, I pulled your body out. For a moment, when I saw you curled up into that ball of anguish, feeling that the death you had just experienced will only be bested by the death that's to come. I don't know what any of that meant. I saw myself in you. The fog. The Silent Hill 2 fog, which is really just a graphical limitation of the PlayStation 2 era, but then became like a whole thing. Became like an artistic, you know, design that became the core of the game mechanics and like atmosphere of like the survival horror game. Okay. Yeah, it seems like well, this is like a visual novel. Everything's just made in this visual novel engine. What is it again? I already forgot what this visual novel engine was. Obviously it's not Rampy. You know, that's different. It's a different visual novel engine. What was it? I want to think, like, for some reason I'm thinking of like a game engine. The mascot has like a frog hat for some reason. No, that's not correct. Anyway, it's some kind of visual novel engine, I feel like. Maz Tracks, she says she'll be back soon. I go this way? Where'd you come from? Where'd you go, Kanai Joe? Ma said, don't go back. Bad people. Okay, there's something I can do there. I guess I'll go this way. Where did Ma go? You know, this is kind of like Bambi. You know, if Bambi was a sheep, I guess. Well, let's go. Maybe. Well, actually, what happened in Bambi? I don't remember. Isn't Bambi well orphaned or something? They're like, the Bambi's like mother die or something. I can't remember. Something like that. I I don't know how to read. You know, is this a good sign? What's that say? JT? Is that JT? Kirk's Exquisite Quality Leather Works. Skins, hides, manufacturing, and more. We love to kill animals and then skin them alive. Well, actually, well, they're dead already, so they're not alive when we skin them, but you know. And then we like heat up their like skin, and it turns to like dried, crusty skin, and that's all brown. And then we use it to like make stuff. Is my okay? You know, the conundrum of like, let me be honest, the conundrum of like things made out of leather is that fake leather just isn't as good. You know, like it's like there's like vegan leather, I guess, and there's like, you know, what was it, like plastic leather or something like that. And that's not what it's called. I forget what it's called, like PU leather, I think it was called. The thing is, like apparently from what I read, it's like, it's just not as good. Like real leather is just, you know, and definitely more common, you know, like how do you say, it's more common than it was, or than it is. I can't form my sentences correctly. You know, real leather was more common than it is now. You know, if you go to like a random clothing store and you buy some leather shoes, most likely it's not real leather. You know, you know, but the thing is, like real leather, oh, Mao was here. Real leather actually lasts much longer. You know, it's more durable, and like it actually works better overall. But nowadays, you know, everything is shifted towards like just like cheap like fake leather, and like it's just not as good. You know. But again, the conundrum is like on one hand, it's I guess a little bit more ethical because we're not killing animals to make leather clothing, but at the same time, it's just not as good. You know, it's just not high of a quality. I don't know. Also, a bunch of blood and a hole. What's in here? Look at this animation. Okay. Is that a person or a giant blade? You know, I'm just thinking the sheep will grab the blade and becomes like a Dark Souls boss fight, you know, like Sif, Great Wolf Sif. Is Mom with a friend? Should I call for her? Okay, well, it looks like it's a person. Most likely a human that's going to murder her. Oh wait, I want to save? Oh well. Bah! Patent letter? Or is that what it's called? Patent letter? Oh, did she hear me? Should I call her again? Oh. Is that how you shear a sheep? You know, the decapitate its head? Is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works. Also, this guy's very happy. It cracks more quickly than actual leather, yeah. Anyway, back to our minimum wage job. Huh? Okay, clean up, apparently. Okay, a lot was communicated through just non-speech, I feel like. But I guess we were zoning out, thinking about our childhood trauma, where our mother was beheaded by this weird man with giant scissors. And I guess we crashed into someone because I guess we're like a waiter, I guess. And we dropped the dishes. And then we have our friend, the cow, who's like, bro, you know, like don't fight my sheep friend. And then the boss comes in and they clean it up. Okay, something like that. The cow. Oh, the cow's missing an arm. Cow's like, moo. Question mark. What do I do? Clean up. And then get the broom at the door. Okay. Heart. I guess they're best friends, or possibly lovers. I don't know. Can a sheep and a cow love each other. Yeah, I don't know. And the fish is like, no, I'm a fish. I don't know how I get around, but like I'm in this bowl and somehow I get around. Suddenly we're in like furry society, you know? Safety poster. I assume that's a reference to, yeah, the other game. Melissa says, no PDA in the workplace, save it for the computer. Learn more. Link to a website. And then of course it opens up and it's just daytime again. I swear, again, Cat Trigger just aggressively advertises their main game here, and like, it's been a while though. I've already played like the first 2 entries. Still waiting for Anna. In fact, I've kind of forgotten what happened in the first 2 games. I don't know. Really, kind of like very ARG heavy, I feel like. I don't know. I don't remember how it all connects anymore. Anyway, we gotta clean this up, I guess. The Grindmaster 3000. Storm the Swan says, treat other kitchen staff like your family. Yeah. That's, again, a reference to one of the other games. The fish. I'm from the dolphin military, motherfucker. Go find the fucking broom. I mean, I don't imagine this will go well, but let's see. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Okay. I love jellyfish. I love having sex with jellyfish. I don't know. Anyway, this is just my interpretation of what they're saying. Or maybe, well, I guess the correct interpretation is like I have a jellyfish wife or something. I don't know. I need a broom. Window. Oh yes, the window. It's a long way down. The cow says they're cooking something here. Anyway, interesting so far. I don't know. I guess interesting so far that they are just like there's no dialogue essentially. The thoughts are like there's some thought bubbles, I guess, but overall there's no like speech. Oh yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, they do have wheels. They just wheel around like that. It's kind of silly. I guess that's the point. It's like a silly cartoon world, right? Cartoon logic and all that. And yet at the same time, people can get beheaded by giant scissors. Safety poster. Petia. Oh, is that her name? Actually, I never remember that. If that the game, you know, like they never revealed her name. Are you a robot? Only robots are safe in the kitchen of sharp things. Need a broom to clean this. Just find one and chicken. Okay, they're looking at the customers. Enjoy this tasty stew. Venison stew. Made from the finest deer that we chopped up. Right on the street, right there. And we literally murdered a sentient being right outside. Even though we live in like an animal furry society with anthropomorphic, you know, people. Like, I guess certain animals just don't have rights. And so we just kill them and make them into food. Hooray! You're stupid. Go find the fucking broom, stupid. Heart? I'm gonna fucking kill you. Okay. That's how that works. Only the cow likes us. Everyone else wants us to die. This is a very, like, extreme society. Everyone just murders each other all the time, and it's normal. The deer's belongings. Out of respect, I'll leave it alone. Okay. We literally killed a deer. And took their stuff. That's how that works. They're a cutthroat society. The pig's belongings. The meat. Delicious meat. There's the deer, by the way. The deer's apron. You know, that's how that works. You know, this is this is the end goal of capitalism. You know, you see, when robots take over, the rich will literally eat you. You know, we've been saying to eat the rich, but you know, it'll be too late. The rich will eat you instead. You know, if you don't do your job properly, you just turn into the food. That's how that works. Chicken, fish. I have a broom. Oil can? What's that used for? That's just like, that's just Chekhov's gun. You know, Chekhov's, how do you pronounce it? Chekhov or Chekhov's? Chekhov's oil can. You know? I feel like we would commit a little arson. Maybe. Anyway, now to clean this up. We did it. And now we clean the other mess? How do we clean this up? What do I do now? Oh no, I cleaned this one. I thought I cleaned that one up, but no, I cleaned this one. Also, what's that music? Is this copyrighted? Every time there's like old-timey music, I get copyrighted. I remember there was like, there's a game I played, like a demo. What's it called? Paraplegia, something starts with a P. But there's like a part of the game where you find like a random, I think like a disc or something, like a tape. I don't know, I can't remember. But like it plays like a Soviet Union, you know, anthem or something, right? It's supposed to be like silly, I guess. But then it's copyrighted, and so like that part of the video is muted because they played the Soviet Union anthem. Hey, what do I do now, cow? I don't know, go ask the fucking chicken. Okay. You know, when I saw this game, I didn't think we would be doing a minimum wage job. You know, it's truly horror, I guess. But I wouldn't think that this was what the game would start with, you know? I thought it'd be a little bit different. Anyway, what do I do now, motherfucker? Go find the binoculars, stupid. Binoculars? Where would I find that? Would it also be in the freezer? Let me check. I mean, they want binoculars, so like maybe it would just be in their stuff that they have. Chicken's belongings. They have binoculars, and also, what is that? I don't know. Is that a reference to, you know, like Atlas or something? Some kind of myth where like the guy holds up the world or something? I don't know. Bok. A business card. Fabrics are us. We sell and buy fur, cotton, and wool. Will you look at that? Fish's belongings. Hammer and wrench. Again, military. For some reason. I mean, oh, we stepped on something. That was weird. I was gonna say, like, interesting that we're in kind of like this point and click, you know, perspective. Even though it's a visual novel, like the visual novel engine anyway. Oh yeah, I was also gonna look at like, what was that, like Atlas? Atlas itself, yeah, the mythology of Atlas, I think, is a titan, right? It's Greek mythology, holding up the world as like, I think, punishment or something. I can't remember, something like that. I'm not very familiar with all of the Greek mythologies. You just hear it often because, like, for some reason, a ton of stories and anime make reference to it. I mean, I guess Fate Grand Order. And of course, like, Disney's Hercules, you know, as well. Which I only know about because of Kingdom Hearts. You know, I always only know a reference of a reference. It's always, like, 2 levels separated. But I think there was a book, right, or something. And isn't it like, you know, isn't it like, I don't know, Atlas... or something. Oh, let's host the world or something. I can't really find it. Not sure, I don't know. There's some kind of book like that too, and I heard like it was controversial or something. I don't know. I'm not sure though. I don't know. I don't know what the book is called. I assume it's a reference to that. And like why chicken is an asshole. Is he like a chud? You know, is he a chud? Is he an incel chud or something? Is that what it is? I don't know. You're stupid. That's all you gotta say. Here's your binoculars. I don't know how that's my job, but apparently you give binoculars to the chicken. What do you see? You're stupid. That's all they say every time. Go ask the fucking fish guy. Okay. I guess we help the fish guy now. You know, this is just a fetch quest. What do you need, motherfucker? Oh, I have to bring out that gun every single time. I don't really understand that speech bubble about like a dolphin holding like a rifle. You know, is he saying like we resemble like an enemy soldier or something? Is that what it is? Anyway, what do you need? I need a goddamn hammer. Okay. Now we run all the way back. Seems kind of repetitive so far, but... Anyway, when's the jump scare? It's like the third time we're doing this, there has to be a jump scare now, right? You're gonna be like, ah, you know, turns out, I don't know, a killer clown. It's gonna murder you. I assume that's his best friend. Maybe. Either a best friend, or not like best friend, but like, you know, either someone he knew, or it's just himself, I don't know. My dearest jellyfish girl. Okay, no, it is himself, and he's just writing, you know, like a letter to his jellyfish wife. Or maybe girlfriend. The war has not been kind to me, but what keeps me fighting is a longing for your warm, electrifying embrace. I hope to come home soon, your most faithful. Why does he have it, though? Isn't he supposed to send it to his jellyfish GF? I assume? Maybe he never sent it? Maybe his jellyfish GF cheated on him or something? I don't know. Well, when you mention the heart to him, he does mention the jellyfish still, so maybe that didn't happen. I don't know. It's just kind of like a cliche, right? Like when the soldier goes to war and the girlfriend freaking cheats on the soldier, and like it's very common because, you know, that's what happens with long distance relationships. I don't know. What's that gun? It's the... It's not... Is it the... I was gonna say that Han Solo gun. No, I think it's not. I think it's a German gun, right? German pistol? What is it called? I don't remember. Anyway. Just one more task before the shift ends. Oh, they're fixing the Grindmaster 3000 by hitting it with a hammer, I guess. Bah? Oh, the chicken again? Fine. Save it in. Who saves even work, you know? Did the game... Oh, well, that was weird. It was a weird glitch. But I was gonna say, does game even, like, save the state? Like the game state? Anyway, roast chicken! Delicious roast chicken. I'd rather die. Oh, Never mind. What a week, huh? You get paid minimum wage, and then you can just die anytime. Crazy. You don't be getting, like, hazard pay. They offered me companionship, a concept foreign to me. They gave me brief glimpses into life. But even in my youth, I knew there had to be a game for them on this. A game? On them? On this? What does that mean? They said they don't want to die. They said they want to live forever. Back here in the fog. The fog. Here's Scissorman. Hi, what's up? Delicious. What was it called? What's like cooked lamb called again? Lamb chops? Is that what's called? Anyway, try again. I did want to see what happened. You didn't click on anything. It turns out there is a timer. Alright. Okay. Okay. And I go this way instead. Bye. See you later. Uh-oh. Now what? What do I click on now? And I go this way. See ya! Jesus saves. Saves what? Save state? Is that how you revived? He reloaded a game state? Oh, well, I don't know. I thought pressing up would be the correct choice. It'd be like, oh, you know, I go around. I guess not. I guess you just have to find the right arrow stick again. Or not stick, but you know, the right arrow icon. I don't know. I actually did think like, oh, pressing up would be the correct choice because I don't go right again. That'd be too predictable. I'll simply jump over the little Jesus thing, you know, and that will trick them, right? Here we go again. Also, apparently in this world, humans exist. At least in the kitchen portion of the game, we didn't see any humans. Apparently humans exist too. At least it looks like a human. I don't know. Could not be human. Could be just like another animal. Okay. Go into the barn. Alright, get back to this. What do you call this? You know, this like third person like point and click adventure. Like over the shoulder camera for some reason. Funny looking curtain. Oh yeah, well, it's the Leatherworks place, I feel like. The mother's skin was too loose for any kind of wear. Disappointing. Another blanket for the missus, I guess. I don't know how to read. The younger one, though, a fresh and tight new skin can make a delectable coat for the wife. Oh, how she would be so happy and beautiful in her new insatiable wear. I love killing animals and turning their skin into clothing. That way's block. Can't go that way. Again, I always question how it works when like all the animals are like anthropomorphic people, you know? How does this work in this society? Is it legal to like do this? Because in a horror movie, you know, you imagine that everyone was people. The whole point of like a killer killing a bunch of people is horrific because it violates human rights. You know, it's like it's against the law, basically. But like in real life, oh, did I take much time? Did I get? Do I die? Who's there? Knock knock, who's there? But in real life, people slaughter animals all the time, actually. Here's Johnny. Oh, what's this? Save codes, 25. Okay. 45. 25, 45. Excuse me. Let's go over here real quick. He's trying to get in. Actually, do I get an achievement if I just wait out the timer again? Or do I just get like a normal bad ending? I don't know. Crowbar! Wanted kitchen staff, honest pay, free room and board for the rest of your life. Well, it's funny. The rest of your life. It really is like a dark comedy game, you know? Because like the rest of your life, as in like your life would be limited. Ask your operator to connect to Wolf Industries. Apparently there was money in there too. We shouldn't grab the money, you know? As sheep, do we get to use human money? Is that how that works? Guess I'll use the crowbar. Cartoon, you know, cartoon-ass logic. And more broken dishes. Why you gotta keep breaking the dishes, bro? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Anyway, more blood? Because you keep killing the employees? How sustainable is this? If you keep killing the employees, if you run out of employees, you know? Oh, let me go get the broom, I guess. Broom! Chicken belongings. I was wondering if they just grab more things, because at this point they're dead. So, you know, free stuff, right? I don't know how what the legality is of anyone owning anything, because they're gonna die anyway. Might as well loot their corpse. No? Again, the freaking like song. I feel like it's gonna get copyrighted. Task complete, but there's more before the shift ends. He's gonna like, here's my gun! Oh, she was just saying hi. Oh, okay. So before you trying to shoot me, motherfucker. Do you need anything? Give me a wrench. Okay. What about this? What's this? I don't know what speech bubble means, but... Uh-huh? How do you feel about the dead chicken? He burns in... He's gonna burn in hell anyway. He's a fucking asshole. Okay. I assume. This is my interpretation. I have no idea what he actually means. Where'd you get that gun? I got it from an enemy soldier. He shot me in the fucking eye. Then I fucking killed him, motherfucker. Shot him right in the fucking gills. Okay. Actually, do dolphins have gills? They're technically mammals, right? Like, they seem like fish, but like just like whales and stuff, they're like some animals are actually not fish, technically they're mammals. Actually, I want to talk to my cow. Like, cow lover? Question mark? How you feel about the chicken? Yeah, I hope he rests in peace, even though he probably deserves a burnout anyway. And what about the pig guy? Nah, don't worry, I'll beat him up. Okay. Hold on, someone... Oh. How do I... do that? That's just silly, but someone's spamming P in my chat for some reason. I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing you can do. But, I banned them for now. I don't know how to ban, to be honest. I can put timeout for like 24 hours. I don't know how to perma ban necessarily. I have to look that up later. I don't remember to do that, you know? Let's see. Here's the game. But yeah, apparently my cow lover will be like, don't worry about it, I'll beat him up. And it's like, I don't know about that. Anyway, I've had worse than that, by the way. Well, not to give anyone ideas, but like someone spamming P in my chat, not the worst thing that can happen. If anything, that's very innocuous compared to everything else. You know, this is why I have this rule. Again, it's not like a super strict rule, but like I have a general rule. Like you have to be over 18 if you want to chat. You know, if you want to leave a message in the chat and everything. I feel like, you know, too many like unsupervised children just come in. They're not supposed to. Love letter. My handsome fishy, I can't read your letter because as a jellyfish, I have no brain. What? I randomly come up with letters using my reactionary nervous system. The postman stood next to me until I actually wrote what would be seen as a comprehensive letter. Okay. Great. Aquatic divorce? Did they get a divorce? What happened? I don't know. Let's go back. Over here. Yeah, unsupervised children on the internet. Why are they coming to a random person's stream and watching like a brutal like cartoon animal gore game, you know? It's crazy. Isn't there like, oh, recently, didn't I think something to do with the UK or something? Didn't they ban porn? I mean, that's not super related, but you know, it's age related, I guess. And like, I was just thinking, you know, like, I wish there was a way to like get kids off the internet, you know? But like, it's kind of hard to do when you think about it, right? Because then you have to like, how would you know, you know? Like, people can just lie. So you have to give your ID or something. But then, you know, then you get, yeah, then companies have your ID, and that's not great. I don't know. I mean, companies already have a ton of your information anyway, but... Window. It's a long way down. Can change there. Yeah, I read somewhere that apparently the UK is... I don't know if they're planning on banning porn or something like that, but apparently there's like age restriction or something. I'm not entirely sure. I just read it somewhere on social media. And yeah, and like how they would do that is the big question, because it would require people to give their IDs, right? It's an interesting question because, like, again, it wouldn't effectively like help, basically. So yeah, even though I would personally like if kids did not, you know, be on the internet, it's just it's kind of like a complicated question. Like, how would you even do that? I had to talk more to the fish guy? Okay. Apparently he needs oil now. I gotta find the oil can. What's the fish planning on doing with the freaking Grindmaster 3000, I wonder? Also, why can't we just leave? You know? What if we all just overpowered the pig? Because I feel like the pig... I mean, obviously the pig kills everyone, but like I feel like the pig itself is probably not the man in charge. They're just like the you know, they're just a shift manager, I guess. Oh. Deer zombie. Dark Souls. What do I do? I'm fucking dead. Yeah, this implies that when we die, they find our body and they're like, oh, you know, might as well, you know, turn them into food. Parry. Ah yes, Sekiro gameplay. I've trained for this. I've played Sekiro. I've played 9 Souls. Parry-based gameplay is my forte. Ah, it's over. And I'm like, okay, explode. That's a really forceful door opening. How strong did you open the door? More achievements. I wonder if I missed anything so far. I don't know. They asked me about life. I bawled my eyes out. I saw so much death. I feared I would die. They told me all things die. Plants, animals, systems. It all seemed hopeless. And now you're in the water. Oh yeah, back when we were running away from the leather maker. It seems to doing this, yeah, this movie thing where we're just jumping in between timelines. Okay, I guess we got saved by the cow. That's how we met the cow, I guess? It's me, the cow. Nice, so evil looking. They didn't look so evil looking in the kitchen staff. There's no way around it. Except for one. There's only one way to live forever. It's called uploading your mind into an amazing digital circuit. We need 4 wood. Huh? Okay, we need 4 wood. They turn into Minecraft. Who's the evil man? We fight the evil man. Together. Okay. And do you know my mom? My mom's fucking dead. I also had a mother. She turned into a hamburger. Very delicious. Okay. Oh, let's leave. You know, I feel like there's like a hierarchy. Obviously the wolves for eating the deer, I think, right? The venison. And obviously all the victims seem to be herbivores. Which is funny because like... I think I watched a video where like technically that category of like herbivores versus carnivores is not exactly like strict. Like herbivores, you know, they prefer to eat grass or plants or whatever, but it's not necessarily the case. Sometimes they're opportunistic, I guess, where they would eat meat, you know, if it was there. And sometimes it's actually not bad for them, actually. They can eat meat if they want to. So like that category, you know, isn't always clear. Kitchen staff. Oh, advertisements. JNW. Oh, let me save the game as a mysterious monster tries to murder me. Log. Don't want to stray too far from the cow. Okay. Well, it seems like there's power lines and like a whole city. I mean, that makes sense because we end up in the city being like kitchen staff, I guess. It almost looks post-apocalyptic even, but like, I assume there's a population of people there. It's not like post-apocalyptic, but oh, what's this? Have you seen a sheep? Moo! Okay, bye. Very suspicious that you just mooed at me, but like, whatever. I guess you're just a furry. Bye. What's the difference, you know? These like anthropomorphic, like, animal people and like furries. The same thing. What would you like next? I know. I want this. Who's next? I don't know. Sushi? Burger? Or lamb chops? Squirt gun. I guess the gun spent too long in the fishbowl. You know, not really good for the maintenance of the gun. It was just full of water the whole time. Too bad. You know, I thought the fish would be more badass actually. You know, do a little CQC. I don't know how that would work. Like, you know, kind of like do like, I don't know, do like a judo thing and throw the pig into the grinder. But I guess not. Turns out he was just all talk. Wrench, broom, duct tape, and the apron, and that gets us a weapon, apparently. And we simply smack the guy. Easy. It's very simple, I guess. The broom. We need the broom. Ba? Oh, did we just see the same scene again? Oh, okay. Well, is there a way to skip this? Yeah, I guess not. We just watch this all over again. You know, what happens when the customers want bacon instead, you know? Does the pig just kill themselves? How does that work? Who does the cooking? I guess the cow does the cooking, technically. What's going on out there? Well, they're probably just sitting around, just enjoying their sashimi. That's what it was. Is that sashimi? I guess it is. I mean, sashimi is just like strips of raw fish. She's not eating anything. Why is she just not eating anything? She's like bored. What's this game? You just came back here? Well, if you haven't been paying attention, you should have put the stream on your second monitor and give me that view. But this game is called Carnivore by Cat Trigger, basically. Oh, I gotta get the broom first, I guess. Let me get the broom. Yeah, right here, see? Carnivore. Let's see, get the broom. Part of the plan was also getting the wrench, though. What else do we need? We need duct tape, apparently. Duct tape and apron. I assume the, oh, there's apron right here. I can't grab it. Where would the duct tape be? Because that's the only item that I don't know where we'll get. Because we got apron there. Broom's here. We get the wrench from the fish's dying hands. No, it's already, the fish is already dead. Yeah. It might be the pig's place. Oh, maybe in the deer's belonging? Well, out of respect, I'll leave it alone. How about you don't do that? Anyway, here's the broom. You have to get the items one by one. It's gonna take a while. Broom. Here's your goddamn broom. All I've been doing is fetch quests. Yeah. Let me get the wrench. I gotta say, the game's kind of slow when it comes to this. Also, I wonder what this is. I don't know, that lock just appeared out of nowhere. But yeah, the game's kind of slow when it comes to this. It definitely is interesting during the more, tense moments where you're running away from the killer guy, I guess. And like a little bit of this is fine. It's just that you grab one by one, that's kind of slow. It kind of like brings the pace down like a lot out of nowhere. I wish we could just grab all the things, or at least grab as much as we can. I'm assuming there's gonna be a setup where like, oh, the last thing is this, and then oh, suddenly the pig, tries to kill us, so we have to grab it really quick or something. I don't know. I can already see it. Apron. I mean, you have an apron right there, bro. Just like take it off. Just take it off, bro. Fine, I'll just grab another apron, I guess. Plot hole, developer. Why does he need another, apron? He's already wearing one. Does he just not want to use the one he's wearing? He's planning on saving it, For retirement? I don't know. Come on. Here's your apron. And the final step, duct tape. Still don't know where to get duct tape. Oh, apparently it's in there. Oh, you need a key to get the duct tape. Okay. Where's the key? Let me save the game. Is it in here? Oh, I click on it, nothing happens. Can't reach that. Probably need some kind of stool, maybe? Nothing in here. Nothing in here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to get the key. If it's not in the deer's belongings, it could be in the pig's belongings, but we can't reach it, so we need a stool of some sort, but where to get a stool, I don't know. Or a step ladder or something. Key. Oh, check in there. Okay. Oh, I didn't. I'll be honest. I would have been stuck on that for like 10 hours. because I did not understand the drawing of what he said. I thought it was some kind of box. But apparently it was a drawing of a cooking pot. I just got lucky. I was just clicking on things. But I wish that was a little more clear. I don't know. Anyway, I got duct tape. Also sheep. Sheep. I want to live forever and you are my key. What does that even mean? That's kind of ominous. In the dialogue, they mentioned something about living forever. What does that mean? Does it mean like a ritual blood sacrifice? Oh, she wants something finally. She wants lamb chops! Hence, you're to perfection, we're all very special, blah blah blah. Delicious lamb chops. Hide, hide, hide? Nah. What if we just walked around a little bit, you know? I'm sure this is like fake tension where like, you know, some sections of video games were like, oh, you gotta do this right now or the world is going to explode. But then actually you just walk around for like 10 minutes and nothing happens. I'm going over here instead. Bye. Oh man. Okay, I got achievement though. I was wondering, yeah, if you can do something with it. Again. Come on. Fine. Notice that I saw like a piece of deck. I saw some text, a piece of text. I just want to live. Okay. Have you considered not living though? Also, where did you get that chair from? It came out from his head. You know what? Butcher's knife. Where's the sheep? I don't know. Actually, I want a hamburger. Oh, okay. Never mind. Actually, I want a burger. And he's like, oh, okay, fine. I'll just kill you. Again, who's doing the cooking? You have a choice? Oh. Dead. Burger. Delicious onions and tomatoes and pickles. Pork sausages. Kill yourself. Now. Basically. And lamb chops though. Also lamb chops. Kill everyone in the kitchen now. Anyway, our cow lover is dead. Oh, it's a visual novel style dialogue. Hi, little one. I'm so sorry, but you know what happens now. I don't know how we keep this kitchen running if everyone fucking dies, but oh well. ... You were born in the wrong world. It is what it is. You took away my only friend. The Horned One was strong, but they've fallen on their weakness. Their weakness was you. It isn't your fault that you were their weakness. It was theirs. The cow gave you a little more time. I hope you used it well. I haven't spoken of anyone like this before. I just oink oink all the time. Perhaps I just felt something heavy in my heart about you. Maybe I'd hope I could ease your suffering. Maybe I just made things worse giving you this chance. If I did, I am very sorry. Do you have any last words before we start? As I chop you to death. What about love? No one is entitled to love. This isn't daytime. It's a word without meaning to me. Nobody gave it to me. I will not give it to you. You only live here when you kill. You are a beautiful soul. Debate, bro. In innocence lost. I promise to make it quick and painless. Close your eyes. I want you to think about your most precious memory. You with someone you cherish. Feel their presence, their warmth. You are going back to them. In the afterlife. Okay. Oh, what? What? Just kidding. I saw it. Welcome back to the fog. Never mind. Actually. Surprise. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll just go over here. I see the chicken. He's fucking dead. I could have been someone. If I worked hard enough and the pig didn't get in my way. If you didn't get in my way. Without gumption and spit, I would soon be promoted to wolf. And get to sit in those velvet seats in the restaurant. Never speak to me again. Don't you dare. I'm gonna speak to you again. Oh, shut up about class consciousness. What is this? Why are we talking about Karl Marx? Shut up about that class consciousness crap, you dumb lamb. Cow teaches you how to read and all of a sudden you're a scholar. Okay, that's it. Okay, this is just a very thinly veiled metaphor for capitalism. Next. My brothers in arms died on the battlefield. I died in a goddamn kitchen. In the end, everyone will die alone. My jellyfish girlfriend never loved me. It was all because of my jellyfish girlfriend, by the way. Okay. And a deer that we never really met. Except like the weird zombie corpse that somehow came alive. We're not gonna explain that. I mean, I guess everything is just like whatever, you know. I thought we had a pact. I loved you. You betrayed me like the coward you are, pig. Was that actually you in the freezer, little lamb? I'm so sorry, I thought you were the pig. They removed my eyes and ears. I could only smell fear. Forgive me. You were the last person I ever wanted to be hurt. In retrospect, should have been obvious when I felt how fluffy the pig was. Okay, okay. So there's, I mean, it's never, it's not explicit, I guess, but I guess it's implied that the deer and the pig had something going on, and when the deer came alive, I guess they were maybe never dead. I'm not sure how that works, but they were trying to kill the pig, is what they were trying to do. But then we ended up in a Sekiro fight instead. An entire life knowing you was stolen from me. Damn that man. Damn him. I will chomp at his bits in hell. So dark here without you. Okay, mother. See you later, mother. Interesting gamut. Who knew a cow could do that to me? Even after I snipped them so nice. I had a good run, didn't I? At least I could do as the captain of an enterprise. It was fun. Oh my. Okay, are we in hell, you know? And this guy also died somehow? He died off screen, apparently. He I guess he got killed by a cow? I don't know if it's our cow, right? Because our cow, we didn't see them kill him, but I don't know, actually. Don't look at me like that, you little morsel. it wasn't part of your story, someone else would be. Maybe someone worse. Okay, just died off screen, I guess. I don't know. Maybe in a different game. Cow. There's only one way to live forever. They told me that they were just like me, lost and scared in a cruel world. Then someone came, somebody that wanted to live forever. They showed them love. They showed them strength. They instilled in them a need to also show love, and with love brings strength. They were the next life, as I am to them. I don't understand. It's kind of like a little bit abstract, but anyway. As you are to me. And you will not be done until you find yours. One day you'll be strong, and you'll make someone else strong too. Okay, well, okay, it is our cow that killed him. Parried. Sekiro. Sekiro. Hesitation's defeat. Deflect. Attack posture. Mikiri counter. The one-armed cow. Dodge. I have iframes. Too bad I have iframes. It's like point and click punch out. And die. I told you, hesitation is defeat. Kill. Who's on the menu? Wolf steak. Crudely sliced, cut, and diced till dead. Dual wield power stance. Eat the rich. Literally.
Reiki, from Verdi's opera Attila, by the Lyric Trio.
Yay! Okay. More copyrighted music, even though it came from 1900s. You know, it probably is copyrighted. Most likely, because, you know, some other company licensed it or something. There you go. Is that the only ending I can get, I wonder? Because obviously there's some choices at the end. I wasn't sure if there's some other things I could do. But, you know, obviously I picked the most violent one because I'm like, I don't know. Oh, Rabbit! You're my next mentor. Let me teach you about parrying. You see, you need to press the button the right time in the right direction. Oh, it was bad, and then went away. Let me see. What? Oh, what the heck? There's so many achievements that I might have missed. I'm not sure. What? Or what are these achievements? Man, how did I miss these achievements? I don't know. Okay, let me see if there's other stuff to get. I was wondering about this one actually. Was there anything to do? Because obviously there's that part. Oh, what's this? Oh, what the heck? I think the game is broken. Okay, what if I go here? Okay, I think it fixed itself. That was weird. Or actually, is that correct? Oh no, like maybe over here. Yeah, the game kind of broke there. I feel like. Okay, well, no, this is the save right before the cow dies, right? Because there's some decisions there at the end. I didn't pick either because I wasn't sure what they meant. I don't know if it matters, but I feel like we kind of like black out afterwards, right? As the cow gets killed. So I wonder if there's anything we can do about this. Obviously, there's a twist, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna look for lamb. But then turns out, I'm not gonna kill the lamb, I'm gonna kill you, idiot. I also wonder what the other achievements are. Is there an achievement guy? Also, why is that dot purple? That's weird. I wonder if there's an achievement guy. Because I don't know what else I missed. I feel like I kind of checked everything. But apparently there's some things I was missing still. Aola. Aola, hopping, I guess. Blam! What is that, slow-mo? That, okay, that didn't help. Worth a shot. Oh, he's fucking dead. Hamburger. Hamburger. Okay. Well, can I skip this part? Because yeah, it seems to no matter. It doesn't matter what you choose there. You just kind of like end up. Nothing changes really. We just do the same thing. Kind of annoying. I can't like skip scenes though. I mean, they're great by the way. The animations are great. I feel like. The art is also kind of alright. I don't know. I feel like it's not like the same quality as like Disney, you know, necessarily. But like, you know, I think it works. And again, the animation is kind of like very well made actually. Overall, I think it's like very much, I don't know, movie direction. You know, it's like a movie. It feels like almost like a movie. I think I have a black eye. Okay. Here we go again. There's a whole scene though. It's gonna take too long. I want to load back again. I don't know, whole cutscene again though. Well, like I want to load back over here again. Here we go again. We gotta watch the cow lover die again. But I just want to see what happened. What's the other speech bubble? Like, I don't know what the other speech bubble was. I don't even know what it meant. It was just a picture of the pig, and you're like, ah, you know, like, oh no. I assume if you don't pick anything, you just black out again, right? So I wonder. Oh, I guess we'll see. How long has it been? 4.5 hours so far? I do want to wrap up soon, but I don't know. I just want to see these other outcomes. If there is any outcomes that are different. And of course, there's some variations at the end about like sparing, you know? You do the Undertale spare, I guess. Also, my phone is ringing. Hold on. Well, okay, what's that? Okay, we just black out. Okay, that's what happens. That's just blacking out. You know, it's the same shit. So it just picks it for us. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna do that because it takes too long to play the whole cutscene again. I'm just gonna do that and then open the game again. It's faster to just reopen it. What are we missing still? Worth a shot, yeah. You tried. There's some stuff I missed in earlier on though. When is the fish's fate? I don't know. What else is there? Anyway, let's go back. Let's go one of the later scenes. It would have to be like, I guess this one. We have to do the whole boss fight again though, you know, which is funny. I kind of like the gameplay though. I don't know, again, it's very Sekiro-ish. Not exactly the same, because the timing is very generous, and also like in Sekiro, you know, it's not about directional combat actually. It's more like Mountain Blade. I don't know. It's more so timing, you know, in Sekiro, and like Sekiro-like games like Nine Souls, which is really fun. I really like Nine Souls. Okay, and apparently, I guess, you know, we didn't actually see the cow kill the guy, as far as I remember. I could be wrong. Obviously, we see what happened to the arm, right? To the cow's arm. So that's why he was missing an arm. But we never actually see him deliver the finishing blow. But I guess it is, again, heavily implied that the cow did kill him, actually. I thought it was like something... I thought it wasn't the cow, but I guess it was. That was like a different cow or something, I don't know. Alright. Let's do this again. I guess I want to see two... I want to see two outcomes. I want to see like what happens if you spare the pig. And then I want to see what happens if you kill the pig, but then just run away. You don't kill the wolves, I guess. I picked the more interesting endings, I feel like. Or rather, one ending, rather. In my opinion, is what I would have picked. First playthrough, I guess. Also, why was a duck? Oh, duck, as in, I get it. You know, I didn't get it the first time. I was like, why is that a duck? I'm not sure. It's also interesting that if you... I remember when I first did that, I clicked it kind of late, and so we actually see the animation of the sheep getting killed, but actually, like, it skips to, like, the sheep dodging, actually, which is actually kind of cool. It's like freaking, I don't know. I don't know what you call it, but like it's like multiple timelines, you know? It's like what that would have happened if not for the fact that we actually did die. Okay, what happens if we spare? Undertale pacifist route. I leave now. Oh, okay, of course. Oh. Okay. Karma! He dies anyway. Turns into delicious sausage. I guess I'll leave. Okay, so I guess that doesn't matter. So whether or not the pig dies, or, you know, or rather, whether or not we kill the pig ourselves, or not, I guess the pig dies anyway, so that decision doesn't matter too much. We see a different animation though. Anyway, we're leaving. Bye. See ya. And they're gonna leave a bad Google review. You know, they're like, the service was terrible. 1 out of 5 stars. Wanted more kitchen staff.
Reiki, somebody's opera attila by the lyric trio.
Alright, well, I guess it just ends there. Okay. I feel like it's a worse ending though, ironically. You think like not perpetuating the cycle of violence and death would be the more hopeful ending, but actually the lesson here is to kill. Is to simply murder. No, actually, this post-ending scene still happens anyway. Okay, never mind. I thought we wouldn't see this. I thought we had to kill, like, see this scene, but I guess not. I guess either way, it doesn't matter. It's just slightly different. Well, there you go. So I got that ending. I don't know what else I missed. I missed like 4 small, like, little achievement things. I don't know if it matters that much, to be honest. Let me just play my copyright-free music now. I mean, let me look at the comments here. Is there like some kind of guide? Sometimes there's a guide, you know, by a developer to be like, hey, here's how you find everything. But there's a newsletter, YouTube, behind the scenes section. There's an extras menu. Man, do you unlock it if you get all the achievements? Maybe. You gotta get all the achievements. Man, but I don't know how to get all the achievements. You don't have any hints, you know, of where to get all the achievements. Because, yeah, I don't know what else I would do to get them. I don't know. It probably doesn't exist, but let me just check real quick. Carnivore Game Achievement Guide. You know, all achievements. I mean, there's probably like, yeah, some kind of video, but like, I don't want. There's a wiki, but that's different. That's not about this game. That's about some other game, I'm pretty sure. Core strategy, set up ranches. Yeah, this is why AI overview is not accurate. Full game walkthrough. I mean, it's a full game walkthrough. It's not a full achievement walkthrough, you know? But most likely they don't show all the achievements. Man, I just wish there were some hints, you know? Because I feel like I'm gonna spend too long on this. And I want to wrap up at this point, you know? Let me see here. I wonder if I could cheat. Somehow died in the past. How's that work? Died at least once. Well, let me see. Okay, well, maybe there's an... there's too many achievements. But, like, what if there's... let's see. Skip. So what if there's achievement for just dying, you know? Like, obviously, I've gotten game overs at different sections of the game. It seems to be the same game over. But, like, what happens if you die at the final encounter? I wonder if that changes anything. Or maybe even the duck. Oh, you know when it happens when you, like, try to duck? Maybe? I wonder if there's a section there. Or, like, a special achievement for that one. If you die because you didn't click the duck button, you know? I mean, let me see. So let's just die. I simply died. Okay, well that's a normal game over screen, so that's just normal. Try again. You know, I want more of this. You know, I want more of this gameplay. Not necessarily of this game, necessarily, just in general. I don't know. It doesn't have to be like clicking, but like I just want more Sekiro, I guess. Because that's how I play Dark Souls. I play it as Punch-Out, you know? Alright, so what happens if you just die here? Because obviously you die, but like it's kind of like a special cutscene death, so maybe you do get an achievement? I have to see. Bleh. Oh, okay, he's a normal death. I was hoping for like a special cutscene. Okay, I'm just dying over and over for no reason. I just want to wrap up. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can look at the game files. Can I even look at the game files? Can I even, like, am I allowed? It's Unity. I'm gonna need like a Unity resource extractor, and that's like a whole thing. I'm kind of lazy right now. How to extract the assets. I don't know. I think I'm good. Anyway, that's it. I think that's it for Carnivore. Fun game. Obviously, I want to see like the extras menus and everything, but I feel like I can't really do that right now. I'm tempted to argue with the pig. So I guess I'm good. It was fun though. I like the animations very well. Like this could have been like a, you know, it didn't really have to be a game. It could have been like a weird like YouTube animation, you know? That it could have been like that. It could just be that, and then I don't know. I think it would have been pretty cool just by itself, you know, just for the cutscenes. There you go. Exit. Obviously there's some themes. I feel like some kind of allegory for like, I mean, I feel it feels very common, you know, like anytime there's like sentient, like anthropomorphic people and then somehow murder is involved. It's obviously like a mix of like, you know, capitalism, of course, and also like, what's the word? Like, you know, eating meat, essentially, right? Eating animals in general and stuff like that. PETA core, you know, sort of. Like this would have been a PETA game, you know? But like in a good way, because you know people kind of hate on PETA games. You know, there's like you know these what is it? These PETA games where like we see Pikachu being tortured or whatever. You know, Pokemon Black and Blue, you know, whatever. Like Cooking Mama, but like she's a fucking serial killer. She's an insane serial killer. But like when you think about it, if you frame it as like intentional and like a horror game, it's actually kind of fun. I don't know. It's kind of peak actually. I don't know. They actually do put a little effort into these kind of like fucked up games. But like if you enjoy them as like just a fucked up game, you know, it's like actually it's kind of fun. Maybe I do want to play as a psycho cooking mama. Maybe it's kind of based actually. I want to be psycho cooking mama, you know? Like the whole point of PETA, those PETA games, to be like, oh, you know, they're so scary, like you shouldn't do that. And obviously the criticism is like they're definitely targeting like a younger audience, you know, so like they're showing stuff that kids are not supposed to be seeing. But you know, it's just like FNAF, you know, basically. So it's supposed to be this, it's supposed to be a nostalgic like cartoon thing that I feel like it's supposed to be for a grown-ass adult, you know, to feel nostalgic about, right? Again, FNAF is all about these like animatronics that I feel like are before, like most of the younger audience don't know what animatronics are. I feel like I've never seen one, at least in real life. It's supposed to be for like grown-ass adults who have actually experienced animatronics when they were kids, and like the idea is that it's warped into this like scary horror thing, you know, and therefore it preys on your nostalgia, right? Kind of like the opposite of like rose tinted glasses, you know. It turns into like a Sonic.exe creepypasta, you know. But like in its own way, you know, that's enjoyable. I don't know. So it's kind of like that, you know. That's how I view it. Anyway, but that was fun. Rate this game. How do I rate it? So these are just pictures. This is a picture of stars. I think I have to log in. I'm not logged in the issue right now. I don't think so anyway. Where's the show that I'm logged in? Oh, okay. I'm not logged in, so I can't rate it right now. But I would rate it 5 out of 5. You know, I'll give it a spiritual 5 out of 5. You know, 374 ratings anyway. They already got a bunch of ratings. Apparently, oh, Carnivore version 1.0. I must have played the old version. Wait a minute. I think I played an old version because. Right, because this updated like 2 days ago. Whoops. I think I played an older version. I don't think it changes much. I think there's some, yeah, it just says here, they're like fixes, you know, some extra content, I guess. I guess I can't even see the extra content anyway with my current version. And yeah. Okay, well that's it, I guess. The Bob button for only the most dedicated sheep out there that have uncovered all of the achievements. Suggested by none other than Sam Grace, the voice of the sheep. Who is Sam Grace? I don't know. I mean, other than being the voice of the sheep in this game, but you know, who do they know? What else is there in their portfolio? Do they only just ba? Do they go meow as well? Maybe woof woof? I just assume they make animal sounds. That's their career. Anyway, okay, well there you go. That's it for Carnivore. Again, fun little mini horror game for a cat trigger. They never miss. I don't know. All their games are actually kind of fun. You know, at least all the horror themed ones anyway, that I played so far. And TADC Mind Games demo. That was kind of fun too. The robotic rat child casino. Is that a reference to something? I feel like that kind of flew over my head. I don't know what that means exactly. Robotic rat child casino. I'm really racking my brain here. Robotic rat child casino? Gambling? Gamba? Maybe something over here? Apparently there's an easy mode. If you die during a certain boss fight, it's funny they got rid of easy mode. That's funny. Usually developers add easy mode. It's funny that they took out easy mode. Based developer? If the game is too hard, then get good? You know? Anyway, but yeah, Carnivore, TADC Mind Games, I think they were pretty interesting. Very interesting games. And I think that'll be it for today. I started a little bit late, so also I'm going over my usual time already, so I'm gonna end it here. Button. Let me just say, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday on the weekends because I have a 9 to 5 full-time job and I don't stream on the weekdays like a typical streamer because I have to pay my rent and my bills. So I just stream on the weekends. But tomorrow, I will play something else, I guess. I don't know. I think I might come back to Hope 01 actually. You know, that demo that I never really finished technically. It was the single player like 2D extraction shooter thing. You know, I had a fun time the first time. The second time I got a little frustrated because I died like 5 times to like the boss. So I kind of want my revenge. I guess we'll see. I don't know. But yeah, again, that'll be it for today. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'll see you then. Oh, Chuck E. Cheese, right? Casino. Oh, I guess when I think casino, I think of, you know, gambling. I guess that's kind of similar to arcades, I guess. But when I think of Chuck E. Cheese though, and arcade games, I don't really think gambling. I think of like, because you don't gamble anything, you're just getting tickets. You're spending money to throw your money away. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Bye.